Hello, everybody. My name is Jamila, and I'm a research associate in CIGA. Welcome to all our CIGA's third international conference on Palestine. To kickstart with that, I'd like to invite you all to stand up, please, for our national anthem. Thank you very much. Now you can be seated. Now we will listen to a poem written in 1934 by the famous poet Ibrahim Tukwan titled Mawtini, or My Homeland, about the connection of Palestinians to the land of Palestine. This poem was translated and sung by Palestinian children in English.
Recording in progress.
Now I'd like to introduce our first moderator for the first session of the conference, Professor Sami Al-Arian, is the director of the Center for Islam and Global Affairs, CIGA, and public professor at Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University. He received his PhD in 1986. It's okay? Okay. I'm gonna make it quick. I wanna read this line. No? Okay, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Sami Al-Arian.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Jamila. And thank you, everyone. And I apologize for the delay, but we'll be right on it. Welcome, everybody, for our third conference, international conference on Palestine. This is the first conference we're holding after 3 years of hiatus because of the COVID. We had 10 conferences here. The last one that was in person was in 2019, October actually, over 3 years ago. We held 3 conferences in 2021 last year, and this is our first conference after that. So it's really a special occasion that we convene back. And this particular conference also is very unique. Most conferences produce their papers after the conference. This is a conference where the papers have been written before the conference was convened. And the idea, of course, is that 2 of my colleagues have co-edited a book titled Our Vision for Liberation. And there were about 30 contributors to this book. And we were thinking how we can get that these visions about different people from different backgrounds and different disciplines who came together writing this magnificent manuscript. And we thought one way is to bring it into a conference. And lo and behold, here we are today. So I want to thank also our co-sponsors for this event. We're very proud to have different institutions. Of course, our university, Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University, who is hosting and the parent of the Center for Islam and Global Affairs. Just a word about the center. The center has been in existence now for 5 years. We've held 10 conferences, as I said. Usually we have an Ummah conference. We had 4 of them, and then this year we had about 7 symposia that will culminate into a conference. We had 3 on Islamophobia, and here we have 3 also on Palestine. We hold many activities, including book seminars, big discussions. We had about 32. We had seminar series. We had about 54, and also many publications, few of which are outside for you to see. As I said, I want to thank our co-sponsors for this conference. We have Vakfı, which means Ummah Foundation. It's an independent Turkish association based here in Istanbul, and it aims to improve Al-Quds citizens' abilities, preserve their heritage and identity, and revive their culture through strategic allocation of their needs and priorities, seeking to find the best and proper methods to maximize the impact and benefit of the available fund resources. And I will introduce its president, who is here with us. Another co-sponsor is the Global Coalition for Quds and Palestine, which is based in Beirut, Lebanon, and Istanbul, Turkey. Its purpose is to establish a coalition around the world for joint action towards the mobilization of the Ummah's efforts to perform its role in supporting the cause of Jerusalem and Palestine. I will also introduce its vice president. In the opening session, we will have several welcoming remarks. But before I introduce them, I also want to acknowledge our media co-sponsor, which is the Palestine International Forum for Media and Communication, Tawasul, and our student organization co-sponsor, which is the Palestinian Student Society here at Istanbul Zaim University. I would like to call to the podium the following people. we have our rector, Istanbul Zaim University rector, Professor Dr. Ahmet Acar, and also Professor Ilan Pappé, and the president of Vakfı, Mr. Mehmet Mazi, and the vice president of the Global Coalition, Mr. Fethi Abdulkadir. Please come to the podium. Dr. Acar, Dr. Mazi. Dr. Acar will be the first speaker. He is the rector of Istanbul Sabahattin Zaim University and professor of business management and organization for over 3 decades. He carried out training, research, consultancy, publication, and projects in the fields of human resources management and management organization and organizational behavior. In addition to his academic studies, Dr. Acar has served as member of various commissions and board memberships and presidencies in many academic and state councils and institutions. He is also a member of the Turkish Republic Presidential Educational Policy and the Tuba Academy Council. Dr. Acar will speak in Turkish, so for those who would like to have a translation, you can get your translation equipment and you can use it. Thank you, Dr. Acar. Please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Esselamu Aleyküm ve Rahmetullahi ve Berekatühü. Distinguished guests, valuable scientists, scholars, and welcome to our conference on our joint cause, Palestine, organized by CIGA, the Center for Islam and Global Affairs, and which has been co-sponsored by various organizations, including the Ummah Foundation and the Center for Palestine Studies and GCQP and the Palestine International Forum for Media and Communication. We have the support of Ummah Foundation from Turkey, and the conference is being hosted by our university, and we also have many participants from Palestine, from Turkey, and from many European countries. This is the 3rd International Conference on Palestine, and welcome. Here I would like to thank all organizations and participants for supporting our event, particularly the coordinator of our center, Sami, Professor Sami Al-Arian, and his team. The question of Palestine is like a problem that's getting more and more complicated. I'm no historian, but as a Muslim and as a Turkish citizen, seeing a state which used to live under the same administration a century ago, in that situation gives me a lot of distress, and it has to. As you know, at the end of the World War I, the Ottoman Empire collapsed. At that time's conditions, the Palestine and the other neighboring regions were invaded by the Western states. We know the story. Back then, there was still the divide and conquer strategy, targeting the Palestinian people, and of course, the Ottoman Empire ruled the region for almost 500 years. The area was largely populated by the Arabs, and there were also Christians and a smaller population of Jewish people. But in 1917, the foreign minister of the Britain's war cabinet published the Balfour Declaration, which was the first step showing where things would lead to. And as you all know, in the beginning, the Jewish people who came or were brought from different parts of the world conquered and occupied the lands in Palestine, and in time more and more land was seized. And when the Palestinian question became a global issue, we saw how much land was seized. Today, there are two areas in Palestine called the West Bank and Gaza. And our Palestinian brothers and sisters are squeezed in that tight area. They are trying to survive. Hundreds of thousands of them had to flee abroad. And Al-Aqsa Mosque, the first Qibla of the Muslims, is now under serious threat, and there are many other issues as well. Meanwhile, roughly speaking, there is the international organization called the United Nations, which has issued a resolution. I don't know the number of that resolution, but maybe you know this better than me. There are dozens of UN resolutions, none of which are implemented. In approximately 10 years, the situation that has materialized in Palestine, in the last 10 years, the situation that was materialized in Palestine is now spreading across the region to Syria, Egypt, and other regions. We still don't know what lies in the destiny of Syria. I am not an expert, so I am talking as a common person, but with this process that ended with the establishment of the Israeli state in 1948 is now replicating itself with a broader context. And one main problem, unfortunately, the Organization for Islamic Cooperation, which has more than 50 countries, 50 members, has not taken any tangible actions to address that problem. Why? That's a long story. But currently, the Islam Ummah is faced with significant problems, and I believe we are going through a very important process when the world is being reshaped, particularly after the collapse of the Soviet Union. Now Islam is the target, and we all clearly see this. Currently, out of 100 regions where there is war and conflict, 90 of them are countries of Muslims. There is a lot we need to do. Unfortunately, the governments of Islamic countries have a huge responsibility in what has happened. Because in the current world order, today Palestine has become an area where the existing rules of the world order are violated and where all kinds of atrocities are being implemented. And now these acts are taking place in even a bigger region. And in these conditions, we need to strengthen the cooperation and unity of the union, unity of the Ummah. I believe this question is not a question between the Jewish and the Muslims, because in the holy books, although they have been changed in time, are still holy. As you know, during the Ottoman era, the Judaic people following the Judaic religion were suffering in Spain, and they found refuge in the Ottoman lands. And in many parts of the history, the Muslims and the Jewish people lived under the same administrations. But in recent years, we see that the Zionist policies have led us to today's situation. And I believe this is a very important trap that we need to address. We see that people are often associating Muslims with terror and violence, and many other events that are perceived as violent by many. So I believe in the future we will be more successful in fulfilling our duties against humanity. The Palestine question is not only the question of the Palestinians, it's the question of all Arabs, all Muslims. Beyond that, it's the question of all humanity. Because according to our belief, as far as I know, Muslims have to fulfill their responsibilities against other people regardless of their religion. So, yes, there are many challenges, there are many difficulties, but we should not be desperate. There should not be any despair. So I think our efforts should be continued tirelessly, and we should continue our discussions to reveal viable solutions and supporting evidence for those solutions to address this problem. Therefore, I would like to thank all scholars, all advocates of the Palestinian cause for supporting this conference. And I would like to thank the coordinator of CIGA, Professor Sami Al-Arian, and his team, who are working at our university. And I would also like to thank and welcome all of our participants. Thank you for joining us today. And I think this is our duty. Currently, the Palestinian question has been overshadowed by other conflicts around the world. But unfortunately, the atrocities of the Israeli state is continuing at full scale, and I would like to wish success to all of our Palestinian sisters and brothers who continue their fight against those atrocities. And I would like to share my condolences and wish the mercy of Allah upon all of those people who have lost their lives during their fight for the rights of the Palestinians. I believe that if we work with goodwill and with decision, according to Quran, we should put all of our efforts in what we believe and let Allah do the rest. So, but in the current balance of power, we see that it may seem like we may not be able to overcome our adversaries, but we should not give up. We should continue our efforts no matter what. I would like to welcome everyone, all of our guests from Turkey and our international guests, all of the contributing and supporting organizations on behalf of myself and my university. And I would like to greet you with love. Esselamu Aleyküm ve Rahmetullahi ve Berekatuhu.
Thank you very much for your remarks and for your encouraging words. They mean a lot to us. Our next welcoming speaker is Professor Ilan Pappé. Professor Pappé graduated from the Hebrew University in Jerusalem in 1979 and completed his PhD at the University of Oxford in Britain in 1984. He was a lecturer in the Department of Political Science at the University of Haifa from 1984 to 2006, after which he was forced to leave due to his support for the Palestinian cause. Since 2007, Professor Pappé has served as the director of the European Center for Palestine Studies at the University of Exeter in Britain. He's the author of 20 books, among them The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine and On Palestine with Noam Chomsky, and of course, he's one of the editors of the book Our Vision for Liberation. Professor Pappé.
Good afternoon. First of all, thank you, Sami, and thank you, the team in CIGA, for making this event possible. On behalf of Ramzy, my co-editor, and myself, we are very thankful for this opportunity to share with you our own excitement and empowerment from the collection of more, as you said, 30 contributions of mostly Palestinian intellectuals, academics, and activists that when we started the journey, we didn't know that what we will accumulate would translate to such a powerful message about the present determination and resilience of the Palestinians wherever they are, and their continued struggle for liberation in the future. In fact, if we had the space, we would have been able to collect more than 30 people. The human capital that represents the Palestinians wherever they are in terms of their work in academia, in literature, in media, in poetry, in the theater, and the films is so huge that one volume definitely would not have been sufficient to include everyone and present it to the world to see the determination and the production. There were a few reasons that we decided to do this project, and each one of us brought, I think, a little bit of his own experience. And when Dr. Baroud will speak about the book, you will hear maybe some additional angles to the project. Let me just, as an introductory, to the whole event here in Istanbul, in a wonderful campus in Zaim University, mentioned three major points that for me were the most important one about this whole project on Palestine. As you probably know, if you are involved either as a Palestinian or you are involved in the solidarity movement with the Palestinians, you keep hearing about disunity. You keep hearing about fragmentation. You hear about the struggle between the Fatah and the Hamas, about the different Palestinian visions and political programs. And there is a sense as if the Zionist project of fragmenting the Palestinian people was a very successful one, and therefore you don't have one Palestinian voice, you don't have one Palestinian national leadership today, and so on. And of course, on a certain level, this is not a fabrication of the truth. On a certain level, there is a crisis of leadership among the Palestinians. I'm not revealing here something that people don't know. But on the other hand, if you go to this group of intellectuals, academics, artists, students, all over the world, wherever they are, in different generations, men and women, you see a unity of purpose that is exactly the opposite of this image of fragmentation. If you ask people who they are, what was their journey to the present, and what is their vision for the future, there is a strong unity, whether they are Christians or Muslims, whether they are from the 48 Arabs, whether they live under occupation in the West Bank or under siege in Gaza, or in a refugee camp or in an exilic community. It's amazing to see from Australia to America, from Gaza to Cape Town, a similar clearance about who they are, what happened to them, and what should happen so that their life would be a fulfilling life and a liberated life. So one of the major motivation for this book was to create this unity for the reader by showing that it doesn't matter who we approach in terms of geography, in terms of age, in terms of gender. The message comes out very clearly as a united message, and it's probably one of the best explanation why after 100 years of colonialism, oppression, ethnic cleansing, with the world standing by and doing nothing in the case of Palestine, the Palestinian people are still here, are still fighting, and still believing that liberation and independence and self-determination is possible. The second reason, which was very important for us, was to show that at a time when you have a certain vacuum in leadership, when institutions do not seem to work very well under the abnormal conditions of the Palestinian existence, then at that kind of time, you can refer to the individuals. You go to the personal stories. And the personal stories are the ones that empower you, even if the institutions are unable to do it, even if the institutions are unable to organize the liberation movement. You can see through every personal story that even if a person is a Palestinian living in a small village or town in a faraway place, or is at the center of Palestinian activism in Nablus or in Gaza, whoever they are, they carry out the Palestinian message and liberation struggle even without a clear institutional affiliation, even without clear institutional guidance that most liberation movements enjoyed throughout their years of struggle. And the third one, which for me was particularly important, was as a historian of the Palestinian Nakba, as an historian of the ethnic cleansing of Palestine, and someone who wrote quite a lot about 1948, I'm all the time aware of the magnitude of the trauma that happened in 1948. When a nation loses half of its villages, most of its towns, half of its people, and all of its homeland, this is a trauma that most people probably will never recover from. But there's something in the stories that people tell in this volume that comes out that people who deal with trauma will always recognize as the best way of dealing with it. You recognize the trauma. You don't deny it. You acknowledge it. In fact, unfortunately for the Palestinians, they still have to convince people that the crime against humanity in 1948 really occurred. It's hard to believe that you still need to do it in 2022 when all the evidence is there. But you acknowledge the trauma, but you don't allow the trauma to define you. This book is a proof that people did not allow the trauma to define them. If they lost a career in 1948, they rebuild it. If they lost a home in 1948, they rebuild it. If someone did not allow them to return, they build an infrastructure and movement that still aims at returning. And I think this ability to resurrect, to rebuild your life after such a trauma is it's an amazing story that can only be told through the personal narrative. And each narrative in this book tells the story of resilience, of sumud, as they say in Arabic, but also of resistance, and one that really makes me believe very strongly, and I'm talking about after the last Israeli elections, makes me believe that it may take a long time, and seems to be a struggle against all odds. But what this book shows, that the vision for a liberated Palestine from the river to the sea will never die, and one day would probably be implemented, if not in my lifetime, then in the lifetime of our students here. So thank you very much for inviting us. Thank you so much for arranging it, and I hope to share with you further our inputs in this very important book. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ilan, for all your work. You know, Ilan is among the very, very few who have uncovered many of the histories that were mystifying to some, but they were lived by others. And now it becomes common knowledge what ethnic of Palestine meant because of his work. Thank you. Our next speaker is a member of parliament, Turkish parliament. His name is Mr. Hasan Turan. Mr. Turan has a bachelor's degree in business administration from Anadolu University and master's in management and organization from Bacon University. But more importantly, he is the chair of the Parliament's Committee on the Turkish-Palestinian Friendship. Needless to say, he is an advocate for Palestine, strong advocate for Palestine, and a passionate defender of Palestinian rights. Mr. Turan.
Selamun Aleyküm.
Assalamu alaikum. Dear Rector, dear professors, dear academicians, very valuable academicians and researchers, and very valuable managers, directors of the NGOs, the media members. So we are so happy to be here with you in this International Palestine Conference, where such an important issue is being handled, and I'm kindly welcoming all of you and hope that our meeting will be fruitful and will contribute to the liberation of Palestinian soil, and then help and that it becomes a contribution on the road which paves the way to the liberation of Palestine. And firstly, I would like to celebrate and dear the Cevat University and to its rector and to all our stakeholders helping to the formation of this conference. And the Palestine question is the question which is in the agenda of the world since 50 years, and it's a very fundamental problem of the world which is survived by the world since more than 100 years. And as you know, in 1917, the Ottoman state, after leaving those territory, the problem in the Palestinian territory, the problems has always grown more, and then after 30 years after the Ottomans, during the British invasion, the Palestine our brothers from Palestine had to leave their territories, but the Jews that were not in those geography, they started to come in to their territory, and then they have declared the state in 1938, and they have created the foundations for the state, and they have invaded and they have killed the Palestinians, and they have occupied their territory, and they have created the foundations for that state. And our president shows a very famous Palestine map showing in the international meetings, and there are different maps that he is showing. It's a series of maps. And in the beginning of the 1920s, in the Palestine territory, the 85% of that was belonging to our Palestinian brothers, and the 15% was belonging to Jews living over there. But today it is completely changed, and then the very few, it used to be, there used to be very few Jewish population, and then now, but today it's also it's the opposite side. And what this is this shows us that the Palestinian territory is under invasion, in occupation, and Israel is an occupying country, and this land belongs to Palestinians. This is the truth, and today this is the situation. The occupant Israel, day by day, systematically, they are occupying the land of the Palestinians and creates a land for themselves. And the Israeli state is a country which is occupant, is an encroacher, intruder state, and they continue with this intrusion and occupation, and they have theological foundation for that, and they are saying that 2,000 years ago, they presume that 2,000 years ago their ancestors were living over there, but this is something very silly. For example, I can say that 2,000 ago my ancestors were living in Khorasan, and I would go and occupy Khorasan. The international law would not accept it, and this is a nonsense situation, and this cannot be accepted by the international organizations. But as you can see, this occupation policies of Israel, and starting from the UN, United Nations, and EU, and what they do, they don't do nothing, and they just give some reprimission to them, and then what they say to Israel become quick, and we will sometimes condemn you, make some kind of reproofs against you, but you can continue with your occupation, and you will increase the 85% of your land to a much more percentage, and you will create an area for Palestinians which do not have a homeland. But the international arena, nobody tells nothing, and the voices in the international arena is not sufficient because our ancestors said that. So the power which is not based on justice brings oppression, but also the justice without power creates some kind of weakness. But today we are expecting to create justice, but the power is on the side of oppressant and not on the side of the oppressed. They don't the ones that are having power, they don't use their power in order to create justice in the world, and unfortunately all those institutions are not created in order to institute justice. After the First World War and after the Second World War, all those international organizations, they are some institutions created to create more oppression. Our deceased Erbakan Hoca and the United Nations is instituted in order to establish Israel. And sometimes some of us were thinking that there was this kind of negative attitude against Israel, but it was in vain. But let's think that all the time our Palestinian brothers, they are told that there will be two-sided country, but then Israel was declared, and the Palestinians have lost all the time, and they are delaying all the time. They are being delayed by the others, and then all the time they are under the diversion policy, and they had to all the time accept what happens, and that continues like that. And the world order, America, England, they are on the side of Israel. The UK was in the establishment foundation of the Israel, and the USA with the other actors in the United Nations now is showing efforts in order to empower more Israel. Of course, the Westerners, the USA, they say that the Israelis, they have the right to protect themselves, but you are the occupant. But the ones that are resisting against this occupation are announced as terrorists in the international arena. But the Palestinians brothers, they don't have nothing but to do to resist, and they are living in a prison in their own territories in the 21st century, in the modern world, in all under the old modern values. The global powers, they are marketing all those values. They are trying to export the democracy, and they are starting wars against the countries. For example, we have friends from Gaza. They are not able to go to their own countries. If they go over there, they have to pass through some tunnels because Israel is hitting all over the place. And each day, the Palestinian brothers and sisters, they are under the tension that if their houses will be torn down, and then and if they are going to be hit, and the children are playing some games, telling them to each other that my house was torn down more than yours, and they are all the time rebuilding their houses, and the humanity is only watching that. And we, as Turkey, in the leadership of our President of the Republic, we have been on the side of the oppressed, and we have been against the cruels and the people in Palestine, the dramas, the oppressions, and the pain in the Palestine is representing all the pain in the world. They are representing, because these are the main vein of the pains all around the world. And what happens in Palestine and Quds, the ones that they are not aware of that, the ones that who don't know what happens over there, they are not able to understand the world. To understand Palestine is to understand everything. The Palestine today is the main vein, is the justice balance and law balance, and then is the litmus paper of the all humanity, and the one sensitivity is measured by the sensitivity of the person who is showing to the Palestinian issue, Palestinian question. When I look to the people, so I look to their approach to the Palestine question, then I give and then I evaluate that person according to his approaching to the Palestine question. Whatever his or her religion, and the one who is on the side of justice and who is against oppression must be on the side of the Palestinian question, and it's the basis for being a human being. And we are looking to this issue like this, and together with our ancestors, we have been against all the time, against the oppression, and we have been on the side of the oppressed. And then our President of the Republic thought that to be on the side of the Palestinian question is our red line in all our institutions, in our universities. We have been on the side of Palestinian questions. This, dear friends, these conferences are not the things which is done by chance. In the past, sometimes it was difficult also to talk about this issue in our country, but to understand Palestine, to understand everything, because the Zionism's arms are all around the world, and the ones that are on the side of the Palestinian question were punished by them. But we are so grateful that in our country we have stopped this kind of situation. Today, in order today to making meetings, to have conferences, to have symposiums, to make every kind of solidarity with Palestinian question is from the top of our government until the lowest unit of our country is now active until the day the Palestine territories are free of occupation, and until the independent Palestine is established with its capital Quds and Jerusalem, and we will give every kind of support for that. And I hope that this will be a fruitful conference. And I would like to welcome to all the academicians, all the press members, and I would like to greet all of them with respect. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hasan Bey, for your words and for your remarks. Our next speaker is one of our co-sponsors, the Ümmet Vakfı President, Mr. Mehmet Mazi.
Hepinizi saygıyla selamlıyorum.
I greet everyone with respect and that God's Assalamu alaikum. And I start my words with saying that I'm so sorry for Quds, and it's our love of centennial love, and the Masjid Aqsa, and then is the second mosque of the world. The Al-Aqsa Mosque is the first mosque, the first masjid which was built by the elementals, and the first place where all the Muslims were gathered, and the first piece of land where our Prophet stayed before going to Mihraj, and the Quds question is the common issue, is the common question of all the Muslims, and this place where the Mihraj has happened, the reason is that they lost this place, that the unity of world's Muslims is now is not present today, and the Muslims, in order to protect the Quds, is the responsibility of keeping their dignity. And today's there are very bad attacks against the Qibla of the Muslims, and it is the attack to the honor of the whole Muslims around the world. And Al-Aqsa Mosque, in order then stopping the Muslims from praying over there, and then attacking to the people during prayer time, and making a siege to that masjid. These occupant Zionists are not against only to Palestinians, but they are against to all the world's Muslims. And the fact that they show this kind of courage is not because they are strong, but the world Muslims is that the world Muslims is not protecting their honors and their excellence, their dignities, and the Muslims the value so in order to have the sacred values, to protect the sacred values of the Muslims is depending to have this kind of consciousness about this good question, and we wish that the Quds issue must be in the right place, and then this honorable struggle, this honor struggle must be supported in order to free the Quds. I went to Quds 3 times, and during my visits, and I have 3 things that I'm remembering, and then I want to speak about those things, and I have 3 memories, and one of them, we went to a house, it's a poor man's house, and there was a girl over there, and then we bought something for her that she will be happy, and I was presenting that gift to her, and then but she doesn't give importance, and she tells Uri de Abi, I want my father, and she is crying, and her voice is going to the to the up, and then the mother is also crying. And I said, what happened to her father? Was he killed? No, when I was pregnant to her, and his father was put into jail when she was pregnant, and she doesn't know her father. She just saw his photographs. And another memory, there's another girl near a house which is crushed down, and there was blood on the walls of the house. And when she saw us, then this is the blood of my father. This is the blood of my father, she screamed. And dear Muslims, the word Muslims, Al-Quds is being lost, and we have to own Quds. We have to own Aqsa. And now, we as Turkish people, we made a start with 1 minute. And Al-Quds, we also had a narrative telling that Al-Quds is a red line, but we hope that we will have a result to free the Quds. And this liberation, with the hope that hope of Quds, the Ummah Foundation has been established in the year 2014, and the grandsons of Salatin Ayyubis, when we go over there, they tell us like this: where are you, the grandsons of Salatin Ayyubi? The Ummah is waiting for you. The Quds waits for you. Where are you? And here are the grandsons of Salatin Ayyubu, and the conquest, and then of Fethi, and then all this kind of approach with this kind of consciousness, Al-Quds and Al-Aqsa will be liberated. With this purpose and with this thought, the Ummah Foundation, which is its headquarters in Istanbul, is a foundation started by Muslims, which is making humanitarian aid. We called it Ummah Foundation because Al-Quds and Aqsa is the common honor of Ummah, is the dignity of all the Muslims all around the world. And this question, this issue must be pursued by the world Muslims. And I want to close my speech with the deceased poet Mehmet Akif, and he tells, I saw the Masjid Aqsa during my dream, and I was crying like a child, and I was over there, and I was feeling the flow of a river underneath the soils, and I'm waiting for my brothers, and I was hearing a voice, where are my brothers? And then there's the first Qibla of our Prophet. Did everyone forget about it? And then I was on the way to the Miraj, and the name of the city is over there, and I was over there, a center which is shedding light everywhere, and thousands of believers, they were running towards us, and then there were prayers. But today there is no one, and there are no believers. I am alone, and the winds cannot take away my tears, and I am someone which is lost in the sand, in the orphan, the fatherless child in that land. I cannot resist to this thing, and hope that Islam will cover me. Thank you.
Much for these moving words. Our last speaker for this session is the Vice President of the Global Coalition for Quds and Palestine, also one of our major co-sponsors for this event, Dr. Fethi Abdulkadir.
Bismillah, salatu wassalam ala rasul.
In the name of God, gratitude to all of you, to Dr. Sami, the head of CIGA, of preparing this conference, and to all the people who spoke before me with great words, with hope and the vision that talking about raised future. Our vision of liberation, it's a big word. It's the same size of the Palestinian issue, and in the same size of the Palestinian person that he's resisting the invasion. Our vision toward liberation of Palestine, it's a very important subject. We would like to thanks again to CIGA to this preparation of this conference. Liberation, it's not a word that just you say it and that's it, but the liberation and freedom doesn't give, but it's been taken away. We have the intellectual from Morocco, he said we are not born liberated, we are born to be liberated, to be free, and the will in order to achieve this freedom and this Palestinian injustice, resistance, and to achieve this freedom, he is the day, or that's the day it needs supported for his issue, for his all holy places. This conference held and talking about our vision toward liberations in the international context, or many different contexts. It's a new system that's been built, and also in also there is an Arabic context that running behind normalizations and making relations with with Israel, and they think that their stability it's based on this type of normalizations of relations. It's like it's a safeguard, but also is in the context towards Israel. This makes the complex mix of incidents that happen inside our region, and we are talking about our vision of liberation in the shadow of this complex context that all the cultured and intellectuals to find ways, to find methods to get out from the trouble, to get out from the complex, the reality of complex, and also to look forward, to build a new future. And it's not only having any future. Our future, nobody can build it. Only us could build it by our hand. And also because of the strategic dimensions in between of this accumulated pain, there is hope and there is horizon, and also behind the victory. Also when Jamaluddin Afghani said after a crisis we will have horizons, and also we will have much better days in the future after darkness. Our vision of liberations is the best thing that we have to talk about. So it's like, showing our future, promise future, and also it's given us a great glimpse of hope in this darkness of current time, and also can give us more active process to achieve this potential steps and achievements. And maybe some of you are following this Israeli entity by many studies and researches, and some of the intellectuals, even though they are from inside Israel, and also intellectuals and all over, their organizations and places, they emphasize that there is some, obsessions, and Israel living that type of obsessions, and even like they call it now, it's the state of Israel, it's the state of crisis, and that is what it pushing us to go toward liberations. And one of the main important elements that was liberation strategy is the unification of the ummah, of the nations, and to have one word. So Palestine will never liberated without the unity of the Al-Ummah and to work together. And also Ummah faced so many crises, were busy with it and kept away from liberations. And so is the unity is the path of liberation, or is the liberation is the path of the unity? And actually today we are exceeded this time, and this equations has a relations affected by each other, but there isn't in the meaning that there is a mutual effectiveness in the equations. So both of them are serving each other and strengthening each other and affecting each other. And we are in the international alliance to support Palestine, Al-Quds, and we are considered international network under like so many institutions and organizations. There are tens of them, and also there are so many specializations in different forms, international forms, from parliaments and from also sportsmen, students, and also discoveries, and also so many intellectuals and activists. All those people are representing the Ummah itself in general with its own like contents and activities. We are looking forward to contribute in the projects that can gather the fragmentations of Ummah and to focus their efforts toward supporting the Palestinian issue until liberated. And through our message, we emphasize the following meanings. The first meaning is that we are talking about now. It's how we can deal with the intellectual issue towards the occupier and find solutions towards liberations. And also this so many things could happen that could be intellectual, could be any other way, so we can, keep away from the control of the occupier that put it inside us. And the intellectual from Algeria, Malik ibn Labib al-Jazairi from Algeria, that he said that our ummah, it's feel like sick right now. It's not awake. And also that by our raising awareness, by doing our best to build reality with knowledge. The second thing is to call with to normalize relation with your dignity, with yourself, represented by the, forgiveness, liberations, and confront the enemy and achieve justice. And this is one of the best elements in our destiny. The third important thing, which is what we see some kind of problem, is the Palestinian narrative, and also especially in the academic aspect. There is a weaknesses to give or to talk about, we have to reformulate the Palestinian narrative comes from our history, from our culture, to confront the Zionist narrative that's been, forged reality, and also we should destroy it. The Ummah, and with all elements, with all columns, they work together toward liberation, and their role should be completed by their efforts, and support the Palestinian people and support their resistance, because they are the strategic depth and the vital depth, and without that, to talk about liberation, it's not real. And at the end, our vision to liberation as a banner, it's not just a word that's said by a tongue, but it's a reality with cost and burdens. It's a very complex process, and mixed with the politics, economy, military, and the most important issue, and to confront our current situation, and because that could help us to achieve our vision for liberation. You have to armed with 5 equations. The first equation is that I already talked about that before, is the unity to stop, fragmentations and divisions. The second equation is the resistance against Zions. The third equation is the freedom to confront all the suppressive. Then also third is to fight literacy, and also the last one is to fight the injustice. And we hope we can achieve this conference. They're all like, all like what we are looking for, and also to build a global strategic justice to achieve what we want. And may peace be upon all of you. Thank you.
Encouraging, uplifting, and the thought-provoking words. This concludes our first session. We will resume with the speech of Ramzy and Richard Falk, but we will conclude here, and we have some departing mementos for our guests here. Thank you so much also for our co-sponsors, and for Rector and Mr. Turan and everyone else. I also want to take opportunity and thank our CIGA team, who have been working very hard to put this together. And I want to give them an acknowledgement with a round, please, of applause. Okay. Yeah, I just want to give you this. All right, so we're going to take here. All right, Assalamu alaikum. Our next speaker is the keynote speech by Professor Richard Falk. Richard really doesn't need an introduction, but for those who don't know him, Dr. Falk is Professor Emeritus of International Law at Princeton. He was at Princeton University for 40 years, between 1961 and 2001. He is currently the chair of global law at Queen Mary University in London, as well as professor at the University of California, Santa Barbara. Between 2008 and 2014, Dr. Falk served as UN Special Rapporteur on Israeli violations of human rights in occupied Palestine. In 2017, Dr. Falk was the co-author with Virginia Tilley of a report commissioned by the UN Economic and Social Commission under the title Israel's Practices and Policies Towards the Palestinian People regarding the question of apartheid. They were one of the first ones who actually talked about this and brought many evidence in their report. He's the author of many books, including The Costs of War, International Law, the UN, and World Order After Iraq, Achieving Human Rights, Palestine, the Legitimacy of Hope, and Palestine, Horizon Towards a Just Peace. His most recent book is a political memoir, Public Intellectual, The Life of a Citizen, which was published last year. Do we have Dr. Falk with us? Yes? Can I see a thumbs up? Or we see him on the screen? Yeah? Oh, there he is. I don't see him on this screen. Okay, we need him on this screen as well. Is he there now? All right, very well. All right, welcome, Dr. Falk. I know it's early morning in California, but thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much for the gracious introduction. Distinguished participants, friends, colleagues, it's a great honor for me to be with you, even virtually. I wish it could be actually, and I would have enjoyed and benefited from participating in this extraordinary conference, honoring this extraordinary book. And let me say at the outset that this book is very much a tribute to the steadfastness, the samud of the Palestinian people and their attachment to the potentials of visionary politics. And it's only the spirit of the people and the creative persons in society that can carry this torch of visionary politics on the basis of hope for something that deserves to happen, but governments and the political leadership is unable to bring it about. Culture, in this sense, is an instrument of it's a potent instrument of liberation. And this book, which I was moved by and instructed by, is perhaps the most powerful testimonial to this role of cultural awareness and invigoration for a politics of liberation under the sort of conditions that the Palestinian people have been subjected to. And it comes, I think, at a very sensitive, crucial moment in this century-long struggle of the Palestinians to retain dignity in their own homeland. One of the things that I think is so important that has been brought to the surface by commentary on the book is the degree to which the empowerment of individuals through cultural awakening and stimulation can change the balance of power and the expectations of people in relation to a conflict of this magnitude. And I congratulate Ramzy, Baroud, and Ilan Pappé for the conception of the book and for its brilliant execution. It is a real contribution for all of us that care about the Palestinian future. The recent Israeli elections call attention to the critical moment that this conference occurs in, because the essence of why these elections seem to me to be both a maximal expression of the what one might call the Zionist ambition, which is a settler colonial ambition to not only subordinate the indigenous population, but to so marginalize or eliminate it that it no longer plays an operative role. What has happened, for instance, to the native peoples of North America and Australia, and to some extent New Zealand as well. Those settler colonial experiences are reminders of what settler colonialism entails if it is successful, altogether successful. And so far, the resistance of the Palestinian people and their resilience on all levels has created a situation of political dominance, but not marginalization, not elimination. The Zionist leadership has itself been reluctant to endorse those kind of ethnic cleansing, genocidal supplements to the original sins of the Zionist movement in Palestine, which involved the Nakba and its various forms of continuation. But now one has this religious extremist alliance embodied in a fragile coalition government headed by Netanyahu, that in order to retain political stability, has to move forward on this satisfaction of the settler colonial project or ambition. And that's why it is important that resistance takes a new level of depth and is supplemented by reinvigorated international solidarity of various sorts. I would say at the outset that one of the important developments that gives some realistic hope about the future is the adoption of the political discourse of those that have been advocating self-determination for the Palestinian people. It is no longer outside the scope of responsible commentary to talk about Israel as an apartheid state or as a settler colonial project. And that's an important development because just as culture is empowering, political and public discourse is either empowering or disempowering. And to clarify what is at stake is very important. And it's particularly important to recognize that Israel has a project to establish a settler colonial state. But it's a project that, as I suggested, meets resistance and resembles much more closely the South African experience than it does the North American or Australian experience. And by that I mean that there was a resistance combined with an international solidarity movement that eventually had the effect of transforming the settler elite from its settler colonial mentality and for pragmatic reasons adopting a more accommodationist model of working for a society premised on the equality of its people and the realization of a form of self-determination that satisfies international law and international morality, and is the only way that a sustainable peace will be achieved. And this kind of South African outcome in Palestine is made more difficult by some very distinctive features of the Palestinian struggle. Above all, I suppose, is the geopolitical protection and support given by the United States and secondarily by the European countries. And this kind of geopolitical primacy paralyzes the UN when it comes to implementing anti-apartheid activism of the sort that it endorsed in relation to South Africa. So that geopolitical factor remains an obstacle for the Palestinians. In addition to that, there still is the inhibiting factor of the Holocaust as a reminder that Jews have in the past endured the kind of suffering in the West that is solved at the expense of the Palestinian people by this imposition on their homeland. But a further factor is that Palestine is not purely a settler colonial reality. It has a connection with Jewish biblical and secular history that undergirds the support received in the very influential Jewish diaspora, especially in the U.S., where lobbying has exerted enormous influence on this geopolitical engagement with the Israeli experience. Whether that will be shaken by this extremism of Zionist outcome of the elections is very doubtful. It seems much more deeply rooted in American society. These factors definitely complicate the issue, as does Israel's comparative ingenuity in recognizing their vulnerability to a South African type delegitimation campaign. And it's significant in relation to such allegations as apartheid and settler colonialism that Israel doesn't attempt to refute those allegations. Rather, it attacks the endorsers or the presenters of those arguments as anti-Semites or as those that are doing the work of terrorists. In other words, it seeks to wound the messenger and distract public attention and governmental action from the message. And the message is one of a very strong apartheid regime that Nelson Mandela and Archbishop Tutu said was worse than anything that happened in South Africa. And so you have this growing tension. And the future, the road to liberation, I think, depends now not only on the continuation of Palestinian Samud, of which I think all of us who have been engaged with this struggle feel confident about. It also depends upon the awakening of the global South, and particularly the Arab and Islamic world, to the centrality of the struggle, to the reality that there is one important obstacle to the claim that colonialism has collapsed. And whether this can be generated by these recent developments is uncertain. There is some indication that the Arab world is rethinking its politics of normalization, the Abraham Accord, by its re-endorsement of the Arab Peace Plan of 2002, which called for an independent Palestinian state and a withdrawal by Israel from occupied territories and East Jerusalem as the capital of a Palestinian state. Now, if there is a reversal in the Arab world, it will have an enormous historical impact. So let me end these remarks by saying that it is inspirational to have this book be celebrated at this conference, which coincides with an existential moment of challenge about the future, which contains a combination of danger and hope. And it's that kind of combination that makes it quite appropriate to think of this meeting as occurring at a time of crisis in the Palestinian movement of liberation. And I can only hope that the crisis will give rise to a strong expression of global solidarity and a renewed determination on the part of Palestinian people throughout the world and under various forms of apartheid and occupation to carry on this struggle until victory is achieved. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Richard, for your insightful thoughts and uplifting remarks, particularly on the solidarity issue and liberation potential. Thank you so much. You've dedicated lots to the Palestinian cause, and we really appreciate that. You know, with your activism, with your political work, with your books, with your intellectual vigor, we owe you, and we thank you.
Thank you.
Our last remarks for this before we start actually the session, even though we're a bit late, but we'll try to catch up, is Dr. Ramzy Baroud, one of the co-editors and brains behind this project. Dr. Baroud is a Palestinian-American journalist, media consultant, and internationally syndicated columnist and editor of the Palestinian Chronicle. It's a website that I encourage everyone to check out. He's the author of 6 books and contributor to many others. He has a doctorate of philosophy in Palestine studies from the European Center of Palestinian Studies, actually under Dr. Pappé at the University of Exeter. And he is currently a non-resident senior research fellow at the Center of Islamic Global Affairs here at Istanbul Sami University. So you're connected to both, Exeter and all right, Dr. Baroud.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sami. I had so much coffee, and I'm told that I have 10 minutes, so I really don't know how I'm going to be able to. Yani Allah yastar. Let's see. Thank you very much, of course, to CIGA and to all the wonderful young people who made this happen and for all their continuous work and support. Of course, the Aim University and all of you being here and the contributors to this book as well. Ghassan Kanafani is one of the greatest Palestinian intellectuals of all time. If anybody resembles the concept of the engaged organic intellectual, it's Ghassan Kanafani. And Ghassan, of course, was assassinated by Israel July 1972. That's about 1 week before I was born. And this is why I was raised by a socialist father who insisted that I somehow need to continue with the legacy of Ghassan Kanafani because he felt truly connected to his writing. So all of this effort is, in a sense, is building on the work of other engaged Palestinian intellectuals, fighters throughout the years. And we owe them not just Ghassan Kanafani, but numerous other Palestinian intellectuals, including Majid Abu Sharar, whose daughter Sama Abu Sharar is with us today and one of the contributors to the book. Ghassan spoke about three principal threats to the Palestinian people. One is colonialism and Zionism. And in the minds of Ghassan Kanafani and others and Palestinian intellectual movement at the time, Zionism and colonialism were not two separate entities. They didn't see it as the Zionists are trying to manipulate the colonialists of that era to achieve their aims. To the contrary, he saw them rightly as one and the same. This is changing, and we can talk about why it's changing, and I don't know if we'll have time now, but maybe at a later session. The second threat is the reactionary Arab regimes, and that's an obvious example. It's been the reactionary Arab regimes haven't really solidly and truly and genuinely stood to the side of the Palestinians from the very, very start until the normalization era in which we are experiencing, and that proves 50 years after the assassination of Ghassan that indeed that remains to be the case. And number three is the feudalistic Palestinian clan-based thinking and politics, the self-serving Palestinian politics, which kind of morphed throughout the years. It started as clan politics, and it changed into something else, which we see in the kind of the factional nature of those Palestinian groups. But the thing that I find most interesting about all of this is when he says they are the three principal threats to the Palestinian people, which means that the Palestinian people is an entity that exists outside these three different realms. But if you look at the way that Palestine is being perceived internationally, regionally, even academically at this point, and certainly politically, it is as if the Palestinian people do not exist in this paradigm. It is the colonialists and the Zionists who determine they have access to the mainstream media and academia and political platforms, and it is them who envision and articulate and enunciate their view of that Palestine. So they imagine Palestine in this extremely settler, colonialist, racist idea where Palestinians are largely terrorists whose very existence is predicated on the idea of hating Jews and wanting to throw Jews to the sea and that sort of thing. So we exist as a Palestinians within that platform, within that sort of thinking as the enemies of the flow of history, progress, and civilization. For the reactionary Arabs, they view Palestine as a political opportunity. Somehow we feature into all the speeches of all Arab leaders, yet somehow we are the least relevant political components in their thinking, right? So you have Palestine, Al-Aqsa Mosque, everybody is talking about it with so much energy, so much enthusiasm, yet Palestinian refugees are treated so badly in most of these Arab countries. I had a Palestinian passport. Well, I'm not sure if you'd call it passport. It was a travel document that says on it in Arabic, ممنوع دخول كل الدول العربية. This allowed from entering all Arab countries. So what's the point? What's the point? When the Israelis, and I was living under occupation in a refugee camp in Gaza, gave me a laissez-passer, and that became my travel document. That's the equivalent of the other one. When I traveled the first time I went to the U.S., the police, the border police looks at my nationality, and he said, "Where are you from?" And I said, "It's in the passport." He goes, doesn't say anything. It says nationality undefined. So you have a passport, a laissez-passer, in which you have zero nationality from the Israeli point of view, and the Arabs, accredit you with a travel document in which you are not allowed to visit any Arab country. Yet somehow they are all so determined to free Al-Quds and Jerusalem, and they can't wait for the moment to sacrifice for the Palestinian people. And of course, you have the factional Palestinian thinking. And by the way, this is not about Hamas and Fethi. There are socioeconomic factors in why in any liberation movement, anywhere in the world, you will always have that group of people that wants to benefit from the struggle and the sacrifices of the people and wants to impose himself or herself as the leadership of those people with absolutely no rights to do so whatsoever. This book is not concerned with any of them. Is not concerned with the reactionary history, is not an attempt for Palestinians to defend themselves. No, we are not terrorists. No, we are victims of Israeli settler colonialism. No, we don't want to throw the Jews to the sea. We are not doing any of this. It is an attempt to take the story back to the people, to the Palestinian people. Now, there are two types of representation that exist in any liberation movement. Those on top and those at the bottom. And those on top have their own concerns and their own calculations, and they negotiate. They are constantly negotiating for their own benefits at the expense of the people. And those who exist at the very bottom. And those are the ones that we rarely talk about. Those are the ones in Gaza, in the refugee camps, in Ain al-Hilwi, in South Lebanon, in Sheikh Jarrah, those who are celebrating and chanting for Arin al-Usud, the lions, and al-Khalil, those are the Palestinian people. But yes, we do have a crisis of leadership and a bigger crisis of representation, but at the same time, we are a liberation movement. Liberation movements acquire their representation from the street, from the everyday experiences. One of the contributors to the book is Khalida Jarrar. She is going to be speaking to us via video. Khalida Jarrar spent years of her life in Israeli prison, and what she was doing in Israeli prison, not talking about her victimization and the harsh experiences that she had, she went and she began educating Palestinian women in the Israeli prison so that they may acquire their high school diplomas and they may acquire their university degrees. These are the engaged intellectuals. These are the true representatives of the Palestinian people. This book is, on one hand, a celebration of all of those Palestinians, an attempt to take the conversation back to us, saying we can speak on our own behalf and we have our own tried and true leaders, and they don't need to be legitimized by anybody. But on the other hand, it's an attempt at starting a new kind of conversation about Palestine, a forward-thinking conversation about Palestine. Because liberation is not about one state, two states. Liberation is not about what kind of resistance should we use, violent or non-violent resistance. Liberation is not about Hamas versus Fatah. Liberation is not a conversation you have from the top. Liberation is a conversation you have from below. Liberation is the artist, the filmmaker, the singer. Liberation is the historian, the intellectual. Liberation is the person who goes, the murabitat, who go to Al-Aqsa Mosque and they cook for the people in order to keep bringing people to Al-Aqsa to defend the Aqsa against Israeli soldiers. Liberation is all of this. And it's happening quite often quietly. We don't even know about it. You wouldn't even see it in the news. I lived during the first Palestinian Intifada in a refugee camp. Israel shut down all the schools in Palestine, not just in Gaza. We couldn't acquire any education. Our teachers used to sneak us to their homes on top of the roofs of our homes in order for them to lecture us in their living rooms, and then they will be snuck back to our homes. Those are the teachers who are part of that liberation movement. That's not going to be on Al Jazeera. It's not going to be on CNN. Liberation is a quiet process. It's a grassroots process. It's a collective process. This book is our way of explaining or re-explaining what liberation is or ought to be. The hope is that we haven't really figured out the answer to anything or to all of this, but rather that maybe it is an attempt to help you and help others look at a different side of this issue and to start thinking about Palestine, Palestinians, the resistance in Palestine, and the liberation of Palestine in a different way. Thank you so very much for listening, and I hope that you will actually appreciate the book. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ramzy. I'm trying to figure out timing here. I think what we're going to do is we're going to start right away and then take a break around 6:20. That gives us half an hour into the first session. Take a break. for about 15 minutes. Then we convene and just finish the night. Try to combine perhaps even both sessions. We do have some online and some here with us who flew all the way to be with us tonight. So it's only fair that we also hear everybody tonight. We intend to finish around 8:30, so I appreciate your patience with us and staying with us. And I will turn it over now to Jamile to announce for the next session. And those who are in the next session, please don't leave the room, but we'll get our break at 6:20. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sami. Thank you, Dr. Ramzy. We're going to go forward to our second panel today, which will be moderated by Dr. Fadi Zatari. He's an assistant professor of political science and international relations at Istanbul Sabahat Nizam University and a research fellow at the Center for Islam and Global Affairs, CIGA.
You will call them to come to the session?
No, you will.
Okay. Okay. Good evening. We will directly start the session. Our first session is entitled Origin and Memories of Liberation, Part 1. We have 4 speakers. Each speaker will have like 15 to 17 minutes. I kindly ask the speaker who is with us to come to the panel here. Okay. So our first speaker will be Mr. Hasan Abu Ni'ma, who is a former diplomat from Jordan. He has long experience working in diplomacy in Jordan in different countries, and he is also writing op-eds since 4 decades in Arabic and English. His title will be A Personal Journey Through Palestine's Tragedy. Our second presenter is Mr. Hamdan Taha. Mr. Hamdan Taha is an independent researcher, and he has recently co-authored an introductory volume, A New Critical Approach to the History of Palestine. He is also the author of many books, reports, and journal articles. Our third speaker is Father Musallam. He's very famous Palestinian Christian from Birzeit University, and he is Catholic. He's very known Christian who is advocating for the Palestinian right, not only in the Arab world, but also in the international level. His speech entitled Blessed Are Those Who Resist, a Christian Version for Liberation. Our next speaker will be Dr. Ghada Karmi with the title An Equal Rights Campaign, Key to the End of Zionism. And Dr. Karmi is a Palestinian academic and writer. She had also many books, and she used to be a research fellow at the Institute of Arab and Islamic Study at University of Exeter. We will start with Mr. Hasan Abu Ni'ma. Mr. Hasan Abu Ni'ma, you have 17 to 18 minutes. Go ahead, please. The floor is yours. Yes. Okay.
Hello, my name is Hasan Abu Nama. I'm very happy to offer this brief address to the Third International Conference on Palestine, our vision for liberation in Palestine from Amman, Jordan. In my contribution to the book, Vision for Liberation, I offered a portrait of the life that existed in my village, Battir, just south of Jerusalem, where I was born and grew up as a child. I wanted not just to share my childhood memories, which I still vividly recall and cherish as the best part of my life. Rather, I wanted to draw attention to how settled, safe, tranquil, and how happy life was for Palestinian rural people. Although Battir is special to me, there were hundreds of villages that resembled it in Palestine, as well as our historic great cities. I wanted to talk about that life and how it was brutally shattered by the Zionist project, a colonial invasion of our country, endorsed and supported by the great powers at the time, first and foremost, Britain. At the time I was born in the 1930s, Battir was a compact community of about 1,000 members. Life was simple and pleasantly primitive, if not always easy. There was no electricity or running water. We used kerosene lamps, which provided reasonable light at night. We relied on the moon as well, especially when full, for our nighttime activities. We cooked on open fires, built with branches collected by the farmers as they tended their prosperous fruit and olive trees. People mainly lived in what their land plenty. Existed based on Many Israeli leaders, along with some of their Arab allies, mocked the Palestinians for never missing an opportunity to miss an opportunity. But that's a far more accurate description of Israel. Israeli leaders missed all the opportunities to consolidate their state. They rejected peace plan after peace plan from friend and foe alike. The so-called two-state solution was the most generous offer any colonizer could ever hope to receive. Israel could keep 78% of the land it stole from the Palestinians and return only 22%. But whatever plan was presented to meet Israel's most extreme demands and greed was never enough. Israel could never take yes for an answer. But Zionist extremism and rejectionism also saved the Palestinian people, whose leaders were often all too willing to do so, from making massive concessions that would have undermined fundamental Palestinian rights. Let me now fast forward and come closer to what is happening now. Many may say that Israel's present situation could not be better. Israel enjoys exclusive and unshakable US support and protection from any international action at the United Nations, in addition to massive support from most Western powers. It has normalized its relations with many Arab states, with full recognition and diplomatic, trade, and even military relations with a growing number of Arab and other regional states. And it has good informal relations with others. The other Arab states do not take any active positions critical of Israel's treatment of the Palestinians or Israeli violations of international law. Few are bothered by the ongoing 15-year-old Israeli siege of Gaza or the continued occupation of the West Bank, including East Jerusalem and the rest of the Arab lands for the last 55 years. On the contrary, any Palestinian resistance to the occupation is automatically labeled as terror. Even the Palestinian Authority, since the Oslo Accords in 1993, has been policing the occupation on behalf of the Israeli army. PA security cooperation with Israel, which mainly targets Palestinian resistance, has never been interrupted despite Israel's barbaric acts of daily murder, home demolition, persecution, and imprisonment. So why should Israel be concerned in its favor? Here's why. International hypocrisy, cowardice, and complicity, along with the Palestinian Authority's scandalous collaboration, have indeed enabled and facilitated Israel's occupation and other crimes. They, in fact, prolonged its duration, but they have also only served as a tranquilizer. Over the decades, Israel may have been able to entice some Arab, Muslim, and other countries to identify with it regardless of its lawless practices. But along that devious course, Israel has also been enlarging the circle of its enemies. Israel's occupations and crimes, notably in Lebanon, gave rise to formidable enemies who did not exist before that Israel greatly fears and cannot defeat. Israel has been the greatest source of instability for the entire region and even beyond. Its hand has been involved in all the wars, crises, and tragedies in our region since it was created. At the present, Israel finds itself again face to face with its real problem that cannot be resolved by normalization with this or that Arab state or Muslim country. Israel's real problem is what it has always been: the Palestinian people themselves, the only party whose submission Israel desperately needs, but the Palestinians simply refused to surrender. Every international scheme or so-called peace plan aimed at bullying or bribing Palestinians with empty promises so that they will submit has failed. Every time Israel thinks it has crushed Palestinian resistance, and forced Palestinians to focus only on mere survival, a new generation determined to liberate themselves arises. That's what we are witnessing again now. The Palestinian Authority created to police the occupation seems to have lost control, putting the occupiers once again face to face with a real Palestinian rebellion. And this rebellion does not just include Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza Strip, but increasingly Palestinians in the 1948 areas as well. To me, that resembles the situation before 1948. This fact also speaks to the total failure of the Zionists to erase the identity of Palestinians inside Israel and to relabel them merely as so-called Israeli Arabs. Perhaps the tricks, bribery, divide and rule tactics, and brutality Israel has used to pacify such rebellions in the past will be tried again. But with each wave, these tactics become less and less effective, and Palestinians lose their fear and sharpen their resolve. This new generation does not talk about what PA leaders have long been begging for, the two-state solution along the already erased 1967 lines. They do not believe in such empty slogans. The legitimacy of the Palestinian struggle is unquestionable, and no movement of its kind and scale has failed, even if the circumstances mean Israel has been able to last for a very long time. I am convinced Israel will not be able to simultaneously cope with an internal revolt at home and at the same time the growing regional challenges from the other countries that have major territorial and political claims against it. All over the world, support for the Palestinian people remains strong and growing, even in Europe and North America. Israel will not be able to hold back this tide forever. We are at the doorstep of a major and a landmark regional transition that will close 3 decades of fake peace process and deception. What will come next will not be in Israel's hands. Thank you.
Very much for this comprehensive presentation. Our next speaker is Father Manuel Musallam. We are happy to have you. We wish to have you here with us in Istanbul. But yes, please, the floor is yours.
I would like to thank Dr. Fadi to introduce me.
CIGA Center at the university. I would like to thank Dr. Sami Al-Arian and his team for organizing this important conference. I would like to extend my thanks to Ramzy, Baroud and Dr. Ilan Pappé for editing this book, and for my colleagues and contributors who I met some of them for the first time in this conference. I will be talking about my contribution, excavating earth and memory, the role of archaeology in our liberation. I will start with some flashes from my childhood. I was born in a small remote village called Shuyukh, east of Hebron, 1954, in a self-contained wall by saints and demons, and so peaceful and innocent to the point that I forget as 12 years old boy to tell the family working in the field that the 1967 war has erupted. I wrote about flashes from my childhood, the first appearance of the Israeli patrols in the village, antiquities fever, population census, form of resistance, and the blocks and as part of the daily life of the occupation. I attended I enrolled in the study of archaeology, and I was completely captivated in this fascinating world. I got my MA before I was awarded a German scholarship and completed my PhD study at the Institute of Eastern Asian Archaeology at the University of Berlin. 1990, I was working at Cevat University on Palestinian preparation, and for the 1992 Madrid conference began, and I was coordinating the technical team for archaeology. I participated in the technical negotiation at Taba and Ilat, and use that until then had been part of Israeli civil administration. There were only few staff working in handful offices previously. Their main responsibility had been to follow up on licensing issues and to serve as operational basis for Israeli antiquities officers. The department had to overcome the negative connotation of archaeology had among Palestinians because the associated work with the occupation, as Israel had used antiquities as a pretext to confiscate land for settlement purposes. Many settlements had been established on the back of archaeological excavation campaigns, such as the new era of formal archaeology in Palestine began.
آثار، وأنه هذه الوزارة أيضا من متابعة هذا الأمر بعد أنه سمحت أوسلو لسماح للفلسطينيين المشاركة بكتابة تاريخهم الفلسطيني، وأيضا هذا شيء مهم جدا وأمر مهم جدا. وأحد الاكتشافات المهمة في المقبرة كانت كباطية كلبت، وهناك عملة التي من أيضا من عملات أخرى أوروبية، وأنها موجودة في فلسطين تابعة إلى القرن ال17. وبعد ذلك كان هناك مشروع آخر لتنظيف المواقع الأثرية، والوضع الحالي هو يسمح الوزارة والقسم خاصة للمتابعة في هذا الأمر، وأيضا أن الفلسطينيون ما زالوا تحت الاحتلال الإسرائيلي، لكنهم أنه التنقيبات الأثرية قد وقعت تحت مذكرة تفاهم، وأيضا أن المبادئ الاستعمارية هي حاولت التدخل في هذا الأمر ومنع الفلسطينيون من عمليات التنقيب الأثري. ومن ناحية أيضا التنقيب المؤخر الأثري هناك أمثلة كثيرة جدا. نعطينا السلطان وبروفيسور باثوماتيريا من سابيانزا، جامعة سابيانزا في روما إيطاليا، وأيضا هناك جامعات في هولندا وجنين وتل البلاطة في نابلس وبلاطة أيضا أربل، مركز أربل، وأيضا مناطق أخرى كثيرة جدا. هذه المواقع أيضا هي من قبل يعني لها تاريخ حوالي 6000 عام. وأيضا هناك تنقيبات في قطاع غزة بمدينة أنتيدون، وتم ذكره في الفترة الإسلامية تحت اسم تيدا. وأيضا البحوث والتنقيبات التاريخية البيزنطينية، المدينة يعني في القرن السابع والثامن قبل الميلاد. وهناك مدن أخرى مثل معامر والنصيرات، وأيضا هناك مواقع أثرية أخرى تل السكن على سبيل المثال في وادي غزة، وأيضا هناك تنقيبات أخرى في تل المفجر، وأعمال أثرية أخرى وتنقيبات كبيرة جدا في خربة المفجر. وأيضا هناك ما يسمى بالهانس بالاس، وأيضا تنقيبات عملت التنقيب الأثرية التي تابعة إلى القرن الثامن عشر، وأيضا منذ فترة أمية. وأيضا الأمور التنقيبية أيضا استمرت في مناطق مختلفة ومواقع مختلفة ولم تنتهي بعد، وقد تركت مكانها. وأيضا ربما أحد أهم الأعمال التي عملت من قبل وزارة الآثار هو أنه قاموا بتحطيم المواقع الأثرية في عام 2005. أنه فلسطين بدأت تتابع هذا الأمر مليا، وأن هناك حوالي 20 موقع خاص بالآثار الفلسطينية، وأن فلسطين تحاول أنه تقوم بمتابعة هذه المواقع والتنقيبات الأثرية. ومنذ 1991 أيضا كانت هناك بعض المواقع التي تم التنقيب بها في مدينة هيبرون، وهي المدينة القديمة لبيت لحم. وأود أنه أنهي هنا وأستنتج بهذه الكلام أو الكلمات أنه دور التنقيب الأثري هو الآلية المهمة جدا لإعادة بناء الماضي من أجل أنه نبني المستقبل. والفلسطينيون لديهم الحق بكتابة تاريخهم، وأيضا هذا مع صوت واحد لمجموعة واحدة وثقافة واحدة، وأيضا انتساب ديني مهم جدا على أرض فلسطينية. وأيضا هناك حسب أنه ضد خيال الإسرائيليون والاستعماريون ورواياتهم المزيفة. أنا ما زلت طبعا ملهم بديمتري بارانكي الذي هو أيضا عالم آثار، وكتابه الآثار الخاصة بفلسطين، وأن جميع الأمور الأثرية والأدلة الأثرية أن فلسطين كانت تعيش بها منذ بداية هومو سابين، وأيضا حتى القرن الثامن. وحتى أن هذا التاريخ حتى ولو كانت هناك الكثير من الحروب والاحتلال الاحتلال وأيضا التحولات الدينية والسياسية، فأن الشعب الأصلي هو لم ينتهي، والفلسطينيون هم دائما مستمرون في أراضيهم، وهذا يعطينا الأمل للتحرير من نظام الفصل العنصري الذي قام بتأسيس هذا الكيان. شكرا جزيلا لكم. شكرا لك. بالنسبة لي هذا موضوع جديد ومثير للاهتمام، أننا لم أقرأ عنه سابقا. المتحدث الآخر هو فاذر مسلم. تفضل، المجال لك.
Okay. Yeah.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear.
Hello.
We can hear. Yes.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear. السلام عليكم.
نعم.
أهلا فيك. الله يسلمك.
اتفضل، معك 15 دقيقة.
إن شاء الله. تحية لكم من القدس ومن فلسطين ومن الأب منوال مسلم. أنا أريد أن أشكر بكلام بسيط الدكتور رمزي بارود والدكتور سامي العريان والدكتور إيلان بابي أصدقائي على الكتاب الجميل الذي عملوه Our Vision for Palestine for Liberation. أنا إنسان فلسطيني، رجل دين فلسطيني، ولكن منذ صباي منذ طفولتي عشت قضية فلسطين، وثم لما كبرت عاشت قضية فلسطين فيي. قضية فلسطين من وأنا طفل صغير بديت أسمع من أبوي ومن عمتي، كنت أسمع قصة هجرتهم من بير زيت من بلدهم إلى سوريا، ومن سوريا إلى الأردن، ومن الأردن إلى فلسطين مرة ثانية في 88 سنة 17. وكنت أسمع هذه القصص من أبوي وهو يعني يتكلم عن طفولته. كان طفل يضعه جدي في حضنه أو في عبه كما نقول، وكان يسقيه لقلة الماء، كان يسقيه بول أخته. وكان سيدي في الأخير بعد أن عاش يعني هذه المرحلة في هذه الرحلة الطويلة، ورأى أن أبي أقبل على الموت، دفنه وضعه في شق وأغلق عليه بالحجارة، وابتعد خطوات ثم رجع وأخذه حتى يعني لا يتركه يموت وحيدا، يعني دفنه ثم استرجعه وهو حي. هذه القصة طبعا أنا عشتها في طفولتي، ولما كبرت صار عمري 5 سنين 6 سنين ابتدأت الحرب على فلسطين. كانت الحرب يعني الكبرى. أنا من مواليد 38 الحرب الكبرى. لما كان عمري 5 سنين يعني ال 45 44 43 كان الناس يعطوني المليم الفلسطيني، الناس المجتمعين في بيتنا ويرسلونني إلى القهوة حتى أستمع إلى الأخبار وأجيب لهم أخبار الحروب وأخبار القتال وأخبار المذابح وأخبار الانتصارات وأخبار الهزائم وأنا طفل. ثم صرت ابن 10 سنين، فإذا أنا يعني في سنة 48 وأنا طفل في المدرسة عشت قضية فلسطين، عشت الهجرة بكل معانيها. رأيت الناس المهاجرين كيف يسكنون الخيام، البكاء العويل، الأطفال الجياع، الأمهات العطشانات اللي بيشحدوا والشحادين. رأيت كل هذا بعيني. خرجت من المدرسة حتى نعطي غرف الدراسة للاجئين. ابتديت أعيش هذه المرحلة القاتلة في حياتي كطفل. ثم لما بلغت سن 13 رحت أدرس في بيت جالة، أصير رجل دين مسيحي. هناك أول ما وصلت هناك، وإلا بيحكوا عن مذبحة نحالين. مذبحة نحالين بقرب بيت جالة، مذبحة اليهود دخلوا وذبحوا الفلسطينيين، وابتدينا نعيش هذه المراحل، مذبحة هون مذبحة هون مذبحة هون. فهذه كانت
here and there, and that was the the thing that it was implanted in my heart. And when I grow up, I become a holy man, a Christian. I went to the Zarqa city. I was the first Christian man who goes from Palestine to a Zarqa city. I was a young man in 76, and there was some victory of Israeli military against the military of Jordan, military of Syria, military of Egypt, whatever. And I saw so many fightings, and then started the issue of what's been planted against the Palestinian issue. I started hitting my head against the wall about what happened and why I'm not a soldier to defend Palestine, why I'm not a soldier to defend Al-Quds, why they didn't allow me to be part of this hard burden war. And then I traveled to Anjara city, and then it was shelling on top of us, on top of the castle, and it was shelling everywhere. I lived this issue on all aspects. And in 1970, the Black September War started, and before 1 week I went to Palestine, and that war started, and there was shelling on the church, and even the Jordanian military. They tried to kill me. They thought I am their enemies. I'm a stranger. This is the hard life that I lived. It was implanted inside me. And then I went back to Palestine. In Palestine, I lived in Jenin. It was hard, difficult with the military rulings, 20 to 25 years, and I cannot actually trying to be just I cannot get any ID, just get I was getting a residential statement in my home, my own home that I inherited. That home I was considered stranger, I was considered foreigner. Even my ID, it's not real. And I lived the Intifada, the revolution in Gaza and Jenin and Zabada city, with its all painful and fear. Even that I joined with the revolution or Intifada and resistance, even though that I was being displaced to Merjil Stur city with other men. This difficult life made me feeling in the issue of Palestine and believe in it. I went to Gaza Strips. I lived 14 years as a prisoner. Like a prisoner, I just go only twice just to get my father and mother. That I was 14 years in the prison, and then the war started in 2009, and then I went back to Deir Zayt, so tired after the war. Me and my sister passed away, and in Deir Zayt, I actually witnessed the first war against Gaza Strips in 2000. 2014 and 19 and 2020. I still live that fear. I still live that difficulties. Is still like a drama inside me, and I still continue in all meanings. And also, I see the story of Jenin, of Nablus, and also Al-Khalil, Al-Quds city. All these cities, all these wars on the Palestinian people, all that bloody, crisis. I lived it. Why is still continuing, and why they control the water resources? They control the settlements in many areas. All these difficult issues. I lived it. I lived all this experience. Why is it difficult? Because the invader and the occupier, they are penetrating us. They are in depth inside us. For example, the invasion of Al-Quds became like, one city invasion into many cities, and Al-Quds also joined, and also another other areas like Book, like the target Al-Aqsa Mosque, and then extended. They start to building the temple, and then we walked to Palestine and trying to have two-state solution, and then they include Al-Quds. Now we have another barrier, which is the self-determination, and then after that we have so many other issues living inside us, that is the Al-Quds and refugees, and also the education in Israel, and the graveyards in Israel, and the destructions of homes, and also the prisoners, and the issue of return back. All these issues living inside the heart of Palestinian. You cannot understand how he can get out from this complex. And also the other issue of the controlling the lands. And Oslo gave two-thirds of the lands to the Israelis, and then after that they got the church, and they got everything, and then the displacement of Christian people, displacements of so many people, and the economy of Palestine, and the existence of Christians inside Palestine, and the permits, and the visiting Al-Quds, and the praying in Quds and Gaza, and the problem of Gaza. I am, as a Palestinian that living all this type of problems, I look forward and say to the world, where are they? What they are doing? Why they are silent? Why they are doesn't have any justice? They sent so many, or they issued so many resolutions, and none of the resolutions being implemented. I stopped trusting any organizations or United Nations or Security Councils, and the most the issue now, it's the normalizing relation with Israel, and it looks like all these holy places doesn't mean anything to the Arab countries. And how I can be patient as a Palestinian. I see the Vatican, and I am as a Christian on this land, me and my own people, they are having pain. No one can save us. No one can understand what I feel and what my people feeling. Yes, but this is the reality. And what is the solution? We have to find solution here. My brothers and sisters, that all the Arab countries, they're talking to the Palestinian factions and the Palestinian authorities, and it's part of the problem. So the discussion should be directly with the Palestinian people. And the Palestinian people, they need three important things. One is the legislative authority and leaders, and national project, and also a good economy. And so for this leadership, legislative leadership, it should be done by electronic elections, because we cannot do that through the election boxes, and the whole world should help us to do so in order to elect the National Council representing Palestinian people in the diaspora and everywhere, and he become the leader, can build a national project and can control the like national fund and national economy. Now the Palestinian people is resisting and is continue resisting until the end. No dignity to the Arabs without Palestine. No dignity to the Arabs without Al-Quds. No dignity to the Arab people without the Holy Mosque. All Arabs should understand that we want to live our freedom. We are suffering from aggression, have no rights in this land. The occupier have no right, not Ibrahim, not Ishaq or Yaqub. They are the one have no rights in Palestine, so we have to let the whole world have dignity. We don't want from the UK to apologize to the Palestinian people. UK should actually correct the issues and find solutions to the Palestinian issue. The UK, Great Britain, should also live conscience and also correct the mistake that they made. So we are not against them, but we want their help. I would like to say something to the Arabs. Hey, you Arabs, what's happening in Palestine will be happening in your country too. What's happening in Al-Quds will be happening in Mecca and Al-Kaaba. What's happening to us, it will be happening to you in the future. We are actually having a revolution. We have God beside us, and we have Al-Quds. We have the gun, and resisting is the reason will help us to liberate our country. And thank you so much. Thank you so much for this great speech that represents the resistance of Palestinian people. And also we go back to our discussions, and we have a few questions.
The presentation by Dr. Ghada Karmi. Professor Karmi, the floor is yours. Okay, she is there. Yes. Okay. Now we can see her here.
I came to this subject, the question of a vision for liberation of Palestine, from my own background, in that I am what you'd call a 1948 Palestinian. That means that I was born in Palestine, in Jerusalem, and with my family had the experience of being forced to leave the homeland and be exiled. In our case, it was London, which was very, very far away from Palestine. And that informs my vision of what liberation means. And it's very simple, really. For me, liberation means the return of my homeland. It's as simple as that. And I believe that for all other Palestinians, it's the same in the end, however they might think that the route to that happens. but that's really what it is in the end. And of course, a view like this was very much reinforced in the 1960s and 70s by the existence of the Palestine Liberation Organization. I lived through that. The Palestine Liberation Organization, the PLO, was, of course, an organization which sprang out of exile. It sprang out of Palestinian exile. It was established by people in exile. And the fighters for the PLO came from the refugee camps, that is, also people in exile. So it's no wonder, really, that my view of the end of this horrible tragedy that has hit us is the return of Palestine. And that I had every right to hope for, to demand, as somebody who had been born there. And even though I didn't live there for most of my life, made no difference whatsoever. Now, for us, you know, it's very important to understand the PLO spoke for all of us. It really was an organization which you might call a surrogate for the homeland. That's how we felt about it. That's how we saw it. And it's a great tragedy for me that the whole thing effectively came to an end in 1994, when, after the Oslo Agreement, Yasser Arafat and the rest of the leadership went to Gaza. And from that moment on, you know, the PLO has ceased to exist in anything but name. Well, now let me just go back. Now, in the 1970s, my way of helping to liberate the homeland, because I was living in London in exile, was through political activism. It's difficult to remember for people who weren't alive at the time, but in the 1970s, Palestine was not on the map in Western countries. Only Israel was on the map. And we had a really big fight on our hands to recreate that awareness of Palestine, to put Palestine on the map. That was really the focus of our activism. And it was right, it was the right thing to do. And we felt we did our bit towards the common struggle. Insofar as that went, we were part of the success of that story, because Palestine did indeed return to the world stage, not least when Yasser Arafat appeared at the UN in 1974. Okay, so liberating the homeland, what does it actually mean? What does it mean for the future? Well, to my mind and many other Palestinians, there is only one endpoint to this, which is in view of what has happened in Palestine, in view of the fact we now have an Israeli Jewish community in Palestine, the only possible way, as far as I can see, is that we should share our homeland with these settlers, even though they are settlers. But we need to do that because that's being realistic. I mean, how else can we do it? And the only way to do it would be by the creation of one democratic state in which neither race nor religion would play any part, but it would be a one person, one vote situation as it is in many of the liberal democracies in the Western world. That seemed to be the only way forward, and indeed others think the same. And we now have a number of groups in many different countries working towards that aim, the creation of one democratic state to replace the current Israel, which is an apartheid state. But how? You know, the thing that needs to exercise the minds of everybody who believes in this is how do you get there? How do you get there? We're agreed that this is the aim, it's a noble aim, etc., but how do you bring it about? I thought a lot about this, and I would like to put forward my understanding of the way forward on this. You see, currently, if you look at the geographical reality, you will see that between the Mediterranean River, between the Jordan River and the Mediterranean Sea, there is already one state. That state, which includes the state of Israel and includes the occupied Palestinian territories, is one state because it's got one ruler, and that is the government of Israel. But unfortunately, the one state that exists is an apartheid state. It's a Zionist apartheid state. That is not acceptable. We need to aim for a change in the nature of this state so that it becomes an inclusive democracy for everybody who has a right to belong there. Okay, so if we take that reality and we see that currently there are 6.6 million Jewish Israelis, there is 1.8 Palestinian Israelis, and there are 4.7 million Palestinians in the rest of Palestine. But how are these people living? Well, we know how they're living. Roughly half the population of this one state has citizenship and has rights, and roughly half that has no citizenship and no rights. Well, it seems to me that that is the starting point, to put that right. And to put that right, it is the onus is on Palestinians to demand equal rights, to demand of Israel that if it insists on ruling them, it cannot do it without granting them any rights. The choice for Israel would be quite simple. Either you leave our territory or you give us equal rights with all the people that you currently rule. Now, we know very well that Israel will refuse and will try to make it all go away. Therefore, the Palestinian side of this have to go on campaigning, a huge campaign of civil disobedience, demanding equal rights, a campaign covered by a public relations effort which delivers the message to the whole world, a message which is very simple and everybody can understand, that here is a people who are being ruled without any rights, and these people are demanding that they have rights. Very simple, very understandable. And that, in my view, is the way this should go forward. Now, if the Palestinian side, let us imagine, let us dream that the Palestinians do attain equal rights. Look at the advantages. They regain their whole country. They come back to their whole country. And even though they have to fight and they have to struggle to create a democratic government, that's a whole lot better than the situation that we have today. I'm well aware, in having said this, and I want to end on this, I'm well aware that in the current situation, the current state of play, this scenario, which I think is logical, is straightforward, which everybody can understand, cannot happen. Why? Because the two-state solution has gripped the minds of the Western world and many Palestinians also, who dream of a state of their own, free of Israelis, and so on. And I understand that, but really it's on a hiding to nothing. The two states does not exist. It's not going to exist. But so long as that belief hangs on and Palestinians cling to it, we're not going to move forward. And my recipe for moving forward is what I have already explained: a demand for equal civil and political rights, even though currently ruled by Israel. But once it's truly democratic, there is no such thing as an apartheid Israel, an apartheid state. It will become the democracy that I would like to see, the return of my homeland, Palestine.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ghada Karmi. We will have now 10 minutes break. Yes.
Is this on? Is this on? Yeah. We will have 10-minute break, but you can stay seated. We do have, fortunately, with us, a great singer on Palestine. He will entertain us with 3 songs. Brother Tamer Abdel Shafi, please.
Assalamu alaikum.
Yes, just a quick announcement. We will combine the questions and answers for the first and second session. Right after, we'll start the second session quickly, and then we'll try to combine so we can end on time at 8:30.
Assalamu alaikum.
Recording in progress.
I'm happy to be with you in this conference, and I ask God to support us in this Palestinian issue until liberation done.
الشعب الفلسطيني نيران الباغي تدميني أنا المحروم من وطني وفي وطني شراييني أنا الجرح الذي نزفا أنا الدمع الذي زرفا أنا اللحن الذي عزفا نشيد النصر والتمكين للدين أنا الشعب الفلسطيني أنا الشعب الفلسطيني أنا الشعب الفلسطيني أنا الشعب الفلسطيني نيران الباغي تدميني أنا المحروم من وطني وفي وطني شراييني أنادي أمة الإسلام أيا أماه ضميني وأشكو لوعة الآلام عسى يوما تجيبيني أنا الجرح الذي تسري دماه على فلسطيني صدى الآهات أبعثها فترجع كي تواسيني أنا الشعب الفلسطيني أنا الشعب الفلسطيني أنا الشعب الفلسطيني. شكرا. خلونا نقول نشيد فيه حركة شوية يعني لعلنا جسدنا معاناة الشعب الفلسطيني.
The suffering of the Palestinian people, let's say another like song and we can liberate Al-Aqsa Mosque, we say yes, that the first thing for me is the hope.
أول غيث الندى سأروي به قاحلات المدى وأجعل منه سيول الشتاء لأغرق فيها حصون العدا وأمضي إلى كل بقعة أرض وأغرس فيها لكي أحصد أسير وكل ضياء ونور لأني اتبعت نبي الهدى يرون بي الشوك في كل جنب ولكن أرى الورد والموردا سأمضي وإن كان دربي مخيفا وإن كان فيه يقيم الردى سأجعل في كل جيل صلاحا سأجعل من بيننا خالدا يكون شعاعا بقلب الظلام وحصنا منيعا إذا استنجدا وشربة ماء لري العطاش ونورا يضيء إذا استنجدا أسير وكل ضياء ونور أسير وكل ضياء ونور لأني اتبعت نبي الهدى نعم إن أول غيث الندى سأروي به قاحلات المدى وأجعل منه سيول الشتاء لأغرق فيها حصون العدا وأمضي إلى كل بقعة أرض وأغرس فيها لكي أحصد أسير وكل ضياء ونور أسير وكل ضياء ونور لأني اتبعت نبي الهدى لأني اتبعت نبي الهدى لأني اتبعت نبي الهدى. شكرا. يا أقصى يا أقصى يا أقصى يا أقصى يا أقصى لو صرنا أصحاب الأخدود يا أقصى أقسمنا سنعود يا أقصى لو صرنا أصحاب يا أقصى أقسمنا سنعود يا أقصى مهما طال ظلم من اليهود يا أقصى لنحرنا الاحتلال ونعيد الحدود يا أقصى مهما طال ظلم من اليهود لندمر الاحتلال ونعيد الحدود يا أقصى وحدودنا كل الأرض من طولها أو من عرض لنعيدك يا أقصانا بالبرق وبالرعود يا أقصى لو صرنا أصحاب الأخدود يا أقصى أقسمنا سنعود يا مولانا العظيم لك تهتف قلوبنا يا الله قرب فتح فلسطين والأقصى حبيبنا يا الله يا مولانا العظيم لك تهتف قلوبنا قرب فتح فلسطين والأقصى حبيبنا والأقصى هو الروح من حبه فين هنروح والأقصى هو الروح من حبه فين هنروح أركانه جوه قلوبنا شايلينها بالعهود يا أقصى لو صرنا أصحاب الأخدود يا أقصى أقسمنا سنعود يا أقصانا الحزين أبشر بالخلاص يا أقصى راجع صلاح الدين من أبناء حماس يا أقصى راجع بجيوش النصر من سوريا أو من مصر حيحرر مصر الهادي من أنياب اليهود يا أقصى لو صرنا أصحاب الأخدود يا أقصى أقسمنا سنعود أقسمنا سنعود شكرا جزيلا لحضراتكم وأشكركم لحسن الاستماع.
Shukran. I just want to emphasize that our struggle is with the Zionists, not with the Jews. So I want to make sure that is understood, and I will talk about that tomorrow more. Can you introduce the second panel? Oh, okay, all right, no problem. Inshallah, we will start the second session, and we'll try to combine the questions. I know it's been a long day, and it's been exhausting for some, but since we have to finish what we have to finish. So we do have a last panel with some presentations, and then we'll try to finish by 8:30 as promised. We have our panel. Who do we have in our panel? I don't have my pages. Ismail is our moderator, but who else is on the panel? Ghada, yes, I'm sorry, Ghada is here. And then we have the other presentations online, right? And Dr. Hamdan Taha also, thanks. Yeah, I know, but there will be questions and answers after for both sessions. All right, so when we get there, you need to be on the stage. And we haven't even given you your memento, so. Yeah, I mean, the first session really went way over time, so that's how everything, and we started late, so. Anyway, we'll wait for our moderator. Why don't you introduce him, Jamila? While he's, yeah. Yeah.
I guess this one is working, thank you very much. The last panel of the day will be moderated by Dr. Ismail Yaylıcı, which is Assistant Professor of Political Science and International Relations at Fatih Sultan Mehmet Vakfı University. He received his PhD on secularism and democracy in Turkey and Egypt from the Political Science Department at the University of Minnesota in the United States. He was on the faculty of Istanbul Şehir University from 2014 to 2020. He is the co-editor of Civilizations and World Order, Geopolitics and Cultural, and more recently of A Transforming Diplomacy and Turkey, Actors, Fields, Instruments. His research interests include international relations theory, international security, Turkish foreign policy, Middle East politics, Islamism and politics, secularism and democracy. I guess that we are missing our moderator. I guess that he went to prayer, but he will be with us shortly. He's coming, okay. Thank you very much for your patience. I can? I don't think that I can. The third session, you mean? Okay, the theme of the last session for today is Origins and Memories of Liberation. Ismail Yaylıcı, as I said, now he's here, that our dear moderator, that he will be chairing this session, and they will be discussing the struggle to control the narrative and the power of storytelling. Thank you very much.
Okay. Oh, thank you. Hi, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. Good evening. First, I'm İsmail Yaylacı. I'm an assistant professor of political science at Fatih Sultan Mehmet Vakfı University. First, I want to thank the organizers of this beautiful event, this meaningful event, for putting together this great program, this to discuss different aspects of the Palestinian question. Now, the theme for this session, which continues from the last session, is origins and memories of liberation. Since we already have passed beyond our time limit, I don't want to take much of your time with providing a parallel presentation, so I directly want to delve into our session, if you permit. So for this session, we have 4 distinguished panelists, 4 distinguished speakers. Ibrahim Aude, Ghada Karmi, Samah Sabawi, Enver Mejluf Isa. So first, allow me to provide a brief background about our panelists. 3 of our panelists will be joining online in this session. And we have Ghada Karmi here in person presenting. Ibrahim Aude is our first speaker who will talk about the struggle to control the narrative while pursuing liberation. Watch your language, and an important intervention about the importance of discourse and language. Ibrahim Aude is a professor of ethnic studies at the University of Hawaii. He is the editor of Arab Studies Quarterly and holds a PhD in political science. His publications include articles, book chapters, and edited volumes in political economy, globalization, and interethnic relations about Palestine, Lebanon, Iraq, Turkey, Egypt, and Hawaii. He is the author of Lebanon, Dynamics of Conflict. Since 2001, he has been the producer and host of the TV show Island Connections on the educational channel, sponsored by the Department of Ethnic Studies. So our second panelist here is Ghada Karmi. Is a visiting professor in the Department of Political Science at the University of Alberta, and the editor of both Apartheid in Palestine, Hard Laws and Harder Experiences, and Women's Voices from Gaza series. A third-generation Palestinian refugee, Dr. Karmi holds a PhD and MA in Middle East Politics from the University of Exeter, UK, and a BA in Education from the Islamic University in Gaza. Her research interests focus on rights-based approaches to forced migration, Palestinian refugees in comparative perspective, oral history, and the Arab-Israeli conflict. Our third, Mrs. Ghada will present, the title of her presentation is Next Year in Beit Daras, Reclaiming Our Narrative, Telling Our Stories. The third presentation will be by Samah Sabawi, who is a writer and scholar. She is a recipient of multiple awards, including the prestigious 2020 Green Room Award for Best Writing. Her critically acclaimed theater credits include Tales of a City by the Sea and Them. Sabawi co-edited Double Exposure, Plays of the Jewish and Palestinian Diasporas, winner of Patrick O'Neill Award, and co-authored I Remember My Name, Poetry by Samah Sabawi, Ramzy, Baroud, and Cihan Biseyso, which was winner of the Palestinian Book Award. Sabawi received a PhD from Victoria University for her thesis, Inheriting Exile, Transgenerational Trauma, and the Palestinian Australian Identity. Our fourth speaker in this panel is Enver Mejluf Isa. And he is a Chilean lawyer of Palestinian origin. He studied law at Adolfo Ibáñez University, where he also received a minor in political science. Mejluf studied Arabic language at the University of Jordan and has diplomas in Arab and Islamic culture from the Center for Arabic Studies of the Faculty of Philosophy and Humanities. And and current problems of civil responsibility by the Faculty of Law from the University of Chile. Majlis Issa worked as executive director of the Palestinian community of Chile, where in this capacity he worked in Chile and Latin America and planned advocacy work with Chilean authorities. The title of his presentation is No Future Without Memory, Deportivo Palestino and the Story of Palestinians in Chile. So with that background, I want to turn to our first speaker, presenter, Dr. Ibrahim Auda. The floor is yours, sir. We have some 15, 17 minutes. Because of time constraint, if you allow me, I want to be a little bit strict about the time limits. So the floor is yours, sir.
Weeks ago. So I don't know, you want me to start speaking without the video, or you want to do the video first and then Q&A later on? So what's your pleasure?
So there is a video? Okay. So let's have the video. If you have sent already, then we can have the video.
Okay. Hello, I'm Ibrahim Aude, and before I start, I'd like to thank Professor Sami Al-Arian of Istanbul Zaim University's Center of Islamic and Global Affairs for extending the invitation for me to speak at the conference. And also would like to thank Dr. Ramzy, Baroud, and Dr. Ilan Pappé, editors of our Vision for Liberation, for inviting me to participate in one of the essays in the book they edited, Our Vision for Liberation, Engaged Palestinian Leaders and Intellectuals Speak Out. Rather than talk basically about the essay that, you know, I would suspect that many have read, at least many have read, I'd rather do something else, which is talk about some other terms that usually are not perhaps talked about, or not as much talked about as much as required, really. So I'll do that, and I might quote some passages, short passages from my essay in the book Our Vision for Liberation. We'll see how that goes. In terms of the one-state solution, so a lot of people talk about the one-state solution. The question is, which one are we talking about? Because there's more than one-state solution in my estimation from the things that I've been hearing over the years. For instance, one state solution, you know, rests on this matter, which says that no one can eliminate the other, like the Zionists can't eliminate the Palestinians and the Palestinians can't eliminate the Zionists. Therefore, we should have a one state where the Zionists can remain Zionists and the Palestinians, you know, remain as we are and live together. To me, this is kind of ridiculous, because how can you do that while there are Zionists and Zionism as an ideology, you know, dominating most of the people in the state of Israel and Palestine. So that's one question I have. The other question is, some people say we should have one state with equality among all. So my question is, could this be achieved without ending Zionist ideology? So that's the other question. There's no, in my estimation, there's no kind of discussion about that, except like we should be equal and, you know, the rest of the stuff that you already know. The third one, which says one state, of course, but after the defeat of the Zionists and Zionism as an ideology. So on that, you know, paraphrasing Mahmoud Darwish, in record, I am an Arab and have entered Jerusalem, peace be upon all regardless of religion, ethnicity, and race. This one-state solution shows that you cannot really fight, you know, for a one-state solution without ending Zionist ideology and the Zionists. So while the first two quote-unquote solution about, you know, in terms of the one state, might discuss the issue as a settler colonial project, and they do, you know, from my knowledge about those kinds of discussion, yet their quote-unquote solution does not indicate that they took this point into consideration, which is the defeat of Zionism and the Zionists. Number three, which, you know, the one I'm talking about as, you know, one state after defeating the Zionists and Zionism, three's approach is to defeat the Zionist project via, you know, having it, you know, head on, you know, with imperialism and global capitalism. You have to have like a head-on struggle with imperialism and global capitalism, because, you know, if you say that the Zionist entity in Palestine is a settler colonial entity, therefore you're talking about colonial entity, imperial entity, and these days we can talk about global capitalism dominated by the US, which is an imperialist state, as we all know. So that's an important thing to talk about. You cannot divorce Zionism and from the question of imperialism and global capitalism. One other significant matter in the one-state solution is to portray the struggle as one between Palestinians and Zionists. And that's basically the first two one-state solutions that I mentioned really talk about. But the question, you know, as I mentioned previously, it is with colonialism. The problem is with colonialism, imperialism, and US global capitalism, of which Zionists and Zionism are a part. And once those who agree with one of the first two reduce the matter to Palestinian versus Zionist, or Israeli in quotes, then you will have to go for one of the two solutions of one state that I mentioned before. So that really is a reduction of what the struggle is all about, because we know that Zionism, Zionist ideology, and the Zionists are expansionists, and as expansionists, they don't covet only Palestinian territory, they covet Lebanese territory, Syrian territory, Egyptian, and the rest of it. And many speak of from the Nile to the Euphrates, which is a dream, but they still talk about that. The other thing that I want to talk about, which has been dealt with quite a bit, is the term Palestinian unity. And again, on what basis? The PA's basis, which has security coordination, which is really collaboration with the Zionist enemy, or is it on the basis of what's going on in the West Bank, Gaza currently, and also 1948 occupied Palestine? So on what basis are we talking about in terms of having Palestinian unity? We recently have witnessed the Palestinian groups meeting in Algeria, which is, at least a good thing. But let's see what might happen, in terms of this Palestinian unity, whether it would work or not, because many times, this has not happened. We have meetings. We had meetings in Egypt, Doha, Mecca, and the rest of it before, and nothing happened. And the reason for that is, how can you talk about Palestinian unity when the PA has the two-state solution and still banks on the Arabs and the United States, and when Mahmoud Abbas talks about security coordination as a sacred matter. So if it is sacred matter, then he is making collaboration and treason and treachery sacred. And that is not what the Palestinians want, given what is really going on right now in terms of عرين الأسود, كتائب نابلس, جنين, كتيبة نابلس, جنين, and the rest of that. And more كتائب, more legions shall be formed. So here you have this very important thing in terms of Palestinian unity. The other thing that people are talking about sometimes, and actually Israel talks about that as well, is what we call in Arabic al-muqawimun al-judud, the new resistors, the new people and the resistance. So this is really very bad, because what it does is divides the Palestinian revolution from, the al-muqawimun al-judud, the new resistors, and the old ones, and the old ones no good maybe, or something like that. This is something that we have to come out against, because the Palestinians have been fighting against Zionism and colonialism since at least 1917. So that should, fall as a term, al-muqawimun al-judud, the new resistors. So that is something that we should be careful about. What we need to talk about, for instance, is Wahdat al-Sahat, which came out of a material condition where Al-Jihad al-Islami alone in Gaza fought the attacks by the Zionist forces, and basically won the fight, because the Israelis and the Americans, through like Arab intercessions, Qatar, Turkey perhaps, asked the Jihad al-Islami to stop, and then all will be hunky-dory, so to speak. But that happened. So the question is that material conditions really lay out the conditions for new terms for terms, whether these terms are Zionist imperialist terms, as happened in 1948, and so like the main motto was a land without people for people without land, even though actually what happened was ethnic cleansing of Palestine. It's not like the Zionists went there and found the land and there were no people and they took over. No, they took over through ethnic cleansing, etc., as Ilan Pappé talks about it in his book, The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine. So that is important for us to figure out which terms we need to use for liberation. Actually, the unity of Al-Mayadeen, Wahdat al-Sahat, these things or such terms advance the Palestinian cause towards liberation. These terms are central to the struggle for liberation. Then the other thing, that is critically important is to have political organization, organizing politically, and political education while organizing politically. This political education is a sine qua non for liberation. And another thing that I think is important, the Palestinian Authority always talks when it is it's back to the wall about, well, we have been resisting, for the longest time against takeover of land and this, that, and the other, which is fine. And then they say we have resisted, through the second Intifada, which is also true. But the fact is, whether resistance by stones or what have you, or even machine guns, etc., the question is, what are you resisting for, and what are you resisting about? Are you resisting for the liberation of all of Palestine from the river to the sea, or are you resisting only to force the Americans and the Zionists and the Arabs to help you to achieve a two-state solution? A two-state solution that really divides the Palestinian people into a number of entities. For instance, the entity in 1948 occupied Palestine, the Palestinian National Authority would look at it as, well, you're out of the equation. What you can do is just like fight for equality and democracy in the Zionist entity in Palestine, the settler colonial entity in Palestine. But what the Palestinian Authority doesn't say is that, in fact, that if you have a Zionist ideology and Zionists wedded to the idea that they want to have a Zionist state, and which would mean it is an apartheid state, etc., how can you then convince them or convince the Americans to have a Palestinian, equality between Zionists and Palestinians in 1948 occupied Palestine? This is illogical, it's nonsensical, but that is the kind of thing that the PA is engaged in so far. So if it's back to the wall, they try to get out of that saying, yeah, we believe in the armed struggle, or we believe in resistance in all kinds of forms, etc. But I would wonder what they think about the martyrs that have been falling as they fight the Palestinian, the Israeli occupier, whether it's in the West Bank or the 1948 Palestine and so forth. What do they think of Basil al-A'raj, the martyr? Why no one had helped him while he was fighting? Uday al-Tamimi, and many others that, have fallen. I ended there. Yeah.
Okay, so you want, Dr. Avda, you want to add a sentence or two to finalize your comments?
Well, yeah, I didn't go like to enumerate the number of one-state solutions, but I just want to say something like people differentiate between binational states, and the one-state solution, or secular democratic, although they overlap between each other. Be that as it may, the fact of the matter is, according to Ghada Karmi, for instance, she mentions that no one has really detailed the question of how the implementation of either the binational or the secular democratic versions of the one-state solution, which is true. The Jonathan Kuttab, in his 2021 book, Beyond the Two-State Solution, has, in fact, some detail of that. I don't want to belabor the point and say all of the details, but one would be why. Let's see here. Okay, the two. Hang on. All right. The right of return. He talks about the right of return, equality and non-discrimination, relations with the Arab world, freedom of movement, defense, legal protections, what have you. Okay. When I mentioned in the video that some people say well, because we can't defeat the Zionists and the Zionists can't defeat the Palestinians, therefore let's get together and be friends and everything will be great. Jonathan Kuttab, for instance, would say something like, we should ask, okay, to achieve this outcome, we need to ask Zionists, what do you really want? What are your rock bottom needs? And can those needs be accommodated in Palestine/Israel without thoroughly negating the interest and reality of the Palestinians? And so this particular question to me is really, pie in the sky, so to speak, because what you cannot ask Netanyahu, what do you think you would go for a minimum so you can accommodate the Palestinians, when clearly he and his, Zionist friends don't care about, Palestinians, etc. One other thing is when Ilan Pappé talks about post-Zionism, etc., which is a very good discussion, actually, he had a long time ago, I think in 2004 or whatever. The thing is that, this post-Zionism, as it's been described, it was like a bubble that burst a long time ago. But more importantly, it shows the intellectual crisis within Zionism and within the state of Israel in Palestine, or within the settler colonial entity in Palestine, the Zionists. So it shows that kind of, crisis, intellectual crisis, etc.
Okay.
And then the guilt that, some Zionists, feel, and they want to, figure out how best to deal with it. But we Palestinians, we have to keep, I hate to use cliches, but, to keep our eyes on the prize, and that prize is liberation. So you have to have the strategic goal before you and forget about the other things. When I say forget, in terms of you doing strategy to achieve liberation, be that as it may, the fact of the matter, you want to know what's happening in the Zionist entity, intellectually, literally, in terms of literature, in terms of politics, in terms of strategies, military, otherwise, etc. The relationship to neoliberalism and neoliberal capitalism and global capitalism as well. You have to do that because, as I mentioned, you have to look at the Palestinian, not only in a Palestinian struggle for liberation, not only in a regional context, but in a global context. One example of that would be BDS. BDS is global now. I can go on and on, but I don't want to monopolize the time. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you.
And aloha from Hawaii.
Okay, thank you so much for this presentation. Of course, Professor Auda basically warned against using the language of one state or Palestinian unity or new resistance without thinking about its other alternatives. Of course, that warning became much more serious when we heard the voice of dog barking. That made the warning more credible and serious. But if you have any questions to Professor Auda, I think we can have one or two. I'm informed that he might not have time for waiting till the end. So I'll go. If you have any questions, I can take maybe one more question from. Yeah. Okay. So. So we move forward then. Huh? You have okay. Then to our second panelist, Ghada Agil, with the title of her presentation, "Next Year in Beit Daras: Reclaiming Our Narrative, Telling Our Stories." The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Well, assalamu alaikum, everyone, and thank you so much for everyone who made it to, attend this conference despite it's coming in a weekend. Thank you for the organizers. Thank you for the editors of the book. And I won't be long, I promise. So last summer, while in Istanbul, I emailed Dr. Ilan Pappé seeking a foreword for my forthcoming book, the oral history project titled Women Voices from Gaza. And he kindly responded, agreeing to provide that forward, despite it came in a very short, despite the very short notice. And of course he sent the forward, and I want to start my talk by quoting Dr. Pappé, because it's very much related to my topic, reclaiming our narrative, telling our stories, which I consider the first step towards decolonization, thus liberation. Dr. Pappé starting his foreword by saying, "After finishing a doctorate in political history, I was introduced to the rich world of social history, invited to explore history which was not about the chronicles of political elites, their motives, actions, and politics. History, I learned, was a far more ambitious enterprise, wishing to reconstruct as many aspects of life of as many people as possible. Thus, historian included women, children, workers, minorities, slaves, indigenous people, and the groups among many other groups. And let me add to this group, Dr. Pappé, to say refugees, asylum seeker, Black people, people of color, subaltern, Dalit, and yes, marginalized group are many, who for many years were excluded from Western historiography. Dr. Pappé proceeds to say that his introduction to oral history was through oral historian Nayara Atiyah, through her novel or her book, Khulkhal, 5 Egyptian women telling their stories. I don't know if she's a doctor, but she's an oral historian. She delved into the daily life of these women, bringing or talking about their daily activities, their hopes, their tragedies, their dreams, and provided a picture from within, a full one that is filled of sounds, of colors, and the smell. I contemplated Dr. Pappé words deeply, especially those about the role of ordinary people in shaping history and reconstructing its aspects, uncovering as many of its absent or more accurately silenced elements. And I thought of myself and my own introduction to this genre of knowledge. Like Dr. Pappé, my introduction to oral history was through a woman historian. However, in my case, and to a large extent to the older generation born in the refugee camps inside or outside mandatory Palestine, as well as in the Shatat, history from below or oral history was fed to us at a very early age. And it was not a single story or 5 stories, but hundreds, I would say even thousands of stories told to us by entire generation who witnessed the Nakba and the destruction of Palestine in 1948. For me, this ordinary woman / historian happened to be my grandmother Khadija, a tower of resistance. For me, she was the historian, the educator, the witness, the survivor, and the resistor. Storytelling for her became a tool for education to us, the generation born after Nakba, and a site of resistance offering counter histories to the official totalizing version of history. In her narrative, she transmitted the personal and the political, which is at the same time the communal and the collective history, laying down her demands, claims, legitimation. Acting in a natural way, she affirmed Helen Tiffin's argument, and I quote, "What it means to have a history is the same as what it means to have a legitimate existence. History and legitimation go hand in hand. History legitimizes us, not others." Through narrative, my grandmother was theorizing and practicing a vision of decolonization and thus of liberation, clearing and cleaning our narrative from all the colonial Zionist elements. In Khan Yunis refugee camp, decades before studying in the Islamic University or at the Western universities, I was introduced to the theory of decolonization through my grandmother and learned that undoing coloniality can be attained via narrative that works to both deconstruct official ways of coming to know as well as construct counter-narrative. My grandmother did not read Edward Said, Permission to Narrate, or Homi Bhabha, The Right to Narrate. She knew nothing about Walter Maniello argument on how to break with the unipolar idea of knowledge and break this Eurocentric, Western, epistemic racism when it comes to Palestine. She didn't hear feminist scholars call, stating that for this world to change, and again I'm quoting, new stories are necessary. But naturally, yet amazingly, she echoed all of these scholars, and more importantly, she acted accordingly. So her narrative educated us, and at the same time, this narrative created new possibilities by subverting, fragmenting, disrupting, undermining, rearranging, modifying, supplementing, expanding, the words of Flisky. It was no surprise that I developed this love and passion to story, and hence to Beit Daras and to Palestine, and began to look for possibilities to build on this narrative, as now I am armed with a story. And I will use the remaining minutes to share part of my chapter, which reads, or which stands as a counter-account to mainstream narrative, hoping that such a small part can convey a bigger picture about the communal one. The first page of the chapter reads, "I love sharing and listening to stories. I owe this love to my grandmother, who each night used to tell us, her grandchildren, stories from life and from fiction too. Stories of the former included the tale of my village, Beit Daras, prior and after its destruction. My grandmother narrated her story, Beit Daras' story, the Palestinian story, with passion and love, as well as with pain and tears. And to this moment, I can repeat those tales with the same facial expression and body movement while telling the stories to my children. As listeners, we responded in kind when her voice creaked or broke. So too did our hearts. The ingredients of her life fill the pot of our national story. One spoon of sad, one spoon of happy, 2 spoons of sad. I wish that it's the other way around. The importance of the history through a story is highly appreciated, especially in occupied Palestinian territory, because we have been denied the right to study, read, or possess anything related to Palestine or to our history. So my grandmother and her generation stepped in to fill that gap of historical denial, telling the story of her village she knew would not bring back the dead from their graves, nor would it return Beit Daras to existence, but telling the story would help to prevent Beit Daras from exiled from human memory and human history. That was her mission, and to a large extent, I would say she succeeded. So from very early age, we taught that education is the way forward to shorten the distance to Palestine. Education for us was and is both part of our national story and also a methodology for imparting it. But the constraints, as you know, enormous, are still been, so even to acquire or to have this basic right. So I narrated in my chapter, and probably also Dr. Ramzy Baroud talked about how for 6 years, Israel closed the universities in the first intifada, denying entire generation from this right to education. I was among those students of the 18,000 who celebrated our success. And I remember in the Diwan, the community hall of Khan Yunis refugee camp, when we celebrate the students with the tea, with the coffee, with the sweets, these beautiful, happy moments that I still taste them. But that happiness was snatched in a couple of hours because we do not have, you know, as I said, the right to pursue an education. And as Darwish usually says, I have to quote Darwish, I wish I have time even to quote Kanafani, that we are diagnosed with an incurable disease called hope. So sick with the hope disease, I managed to secure education, and I met the expectation of my grandmother and my family. And I even went to UK. I earned half a scholarship to do my study. And there I started to understand the meaning of epistemic racism, which is not solely a matter of color of one's skin, to quote Dabashi, but also of categories of thought, of control of knowledge, scholarship, that determine who to include and who to exclude, whose story is worth and whose story is worthless, especially when it comes to Palestine. The question for me was how to break with this unipolar idea of knowledge of a deformed history. Would stories like my grandmother offer a remedy? Would sharing the narrative is the way forward? Honestly, 22 years ago, I know little about oral history or history from below, but I felt I wanted to do something at a very difficult time, especially at the year 2000, when Gaza, West Bank, Jerusalem were under attack. I felt powerless as all my generation, seeing our homes being bombarded and our men and young people assassinated, shot, or in chains. And despite the coverage of Western mainstream media, which I was part of it at that time, our story was somehow missing. Even when it was covered, it had little resemblance to our reality. The feeling was shared by a friend, Barbara Bell, Australian, who happened to be a student at my classes learning Arabic, who was really amazed by the generosity, the beauty, the richness of Gaza history and its people, and yet this is not there in the schools in Australia, in the media. So together we thought to get this project to liberate the narrative, to do this shift. So we conceived the idea of conducting oral history project, recording and publishing the authentic version of Palestinian story by giving the opportunity of 7 ordinary women to narrate their lives. And in 2020, the first story, The White Lie, was published. The second was The light the road of freedom. And the third that Dr. Pappé provided the forward for is coming next spring. So to conclude, I want to share also the last part of my chapter. Across the walls in Gaza and West Bank, the phrase "to exist is to resist" is written in simple black letters. These stories become acts of resistance by virtue of their sheer existence. They add drops to the ever-growing sea of knowing which washes Gaza's shores. The 2021 attack on Gaza was another turning point in the journey along the Freedom Highway. And when I visited Gaza last summer, I witnessed how young people in particular were countering the narrative of Palestinians as mere supplicants to an aid industry, or as grim statistics in a war between two sides of equal status. Instead, in summer 2021, as well as the past summer, again the boxes of chocolate have been distributed in the camp together with the tea, celebrating the achievements of Gaza students who occupied the majority of the top 10 places in Palestine. These young people were and are not the helpless, hopeless Palestinians who are often presented in the world through these grim statistics. These young people were successfully molding the concept of hope into a revolutionary tool in the battle of dignity. They were equipped now with a story of brutality and ugly violence by an occupying power, and of life lived in response. With this powerful tool in their hands, like each generation that preceded them, they would send this story into the world for all who had ears to listen. As I was packing my bags to return to Canada, I said a tearful goodbye to my family, and Rafah crossing was short drive from my home, and the other side would be the journey into the pain of separation from homeland. And as I said goodbye, my family tried to lighten the load with some smile and humor, and naturally, but ironically, the ones staying in Gaza were bringing the laughter to me, playing in the old prayer of Passover Siddur. Their words echoed in my ears: next year in Beit Daras, inshallah. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Aqil, for this passionate and touching story and narration, where you touched upon the strategies of undoing coloniality through oral history. In some ways, resorting to subaltern history to recover the voice of those who have been rendered voiceless, or whose voice have not made it into the official narrative. So that was a very, very important intervention in order to recover the collective memory as a site of resistance, as a site of keeping identity as Palestinian. I'll take questions at the end, so I want to move to the third presentation by Dr. Samah Sabawi. Can you hear me? It's coming. Okay. So her presentation is titled "Writing in Blank Spaces." So the floor is yours, Mrs. Sabawi.
Thank you for including me in this very important conference, one that brings together so many inspiring Palestinian voices. I'm truly honored. I'm recording this message to you from the land of the Banawarang, Boon, Warang, and Wurundjeri peoples of the Eastern Kulin nations. They are the traditional custodians of this land, now known as part of Melbourne in the settler colony of Australia. When I join you for the Q&A later on, I will be doing so from the land of the Gwandamukka Nation in what is now known as Redland Bay in Queensland in Australia. I want to extend my solidarity and my respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander nations, and I think that such acknowledgements and naming of places are critical, especially for me as a Palestinian whose own people have and continue to suffer the horror of erasure, of settler colonialism and occupation. In my chapter titled Writing in the Blank Space, I explain why I believe we have an obligation to be mindful of the truths that are beneath the surface of Western progress and so-called democratic institutions. Because they hide, quite often, they hide from view the erasure of the indigenous peoples and their cultures. And I explain why and how it is actually on us to use whatever means, platforms, and tools at our disposal to write back these truths into the blank spaces of erasure. And in naming the places by their traditional names and by their indigenous names, we are taking part in this process of reversing the erasure. In the introduction of my chapter, I write clearly why this is important. I write this. For Aboriginal and Torres Strait Island people here, as well as for Palestinians in the homeland, it is impossible to imagine moving forward without acknowledgement of the traumatic events of the past and removal of the shackles of oppression from the present in order to begin the journey of reconciliation into a just and peaceful coexistence. I began my chapter by looking at the relationship between trauma, exile, and identity. I introduce myself and I share my personal journey. I write, I am Generation Naksa, born in Gaza in 1967, wrapped in a shawl and whisked away in a baby basket from our home in Tufah, all the way into exile. I am the age of exile. My life began as a stateless refugee in Jordan and then later in Saudi Arabia, before I became a citizen of both Australia and Canada. Now this incredible shift from stateless to having two citizenships is a privilege that I really do not take lightly, as I consider all the sacrifices that my family made in order to get us from there to here, and also all the horrors that were and still are inflicted on the indigenous populations of this land where we have settled and the land that we were exiled from. I'm keenly aware that by gaining citizenship in these two settler colonies, I have become a benefactor of a system of colonization. I am someone who benefits from this colonization just by holding a citizenship. So what do I do with that knowledge? What do I do with that realization? And it is this question that prompts me to try to envision and to dream of where things should be and how to connect the dots between my being Palestinian and the struggles of the indigenous peoples in this country. The book Vision for Liberation asks us to be forward-looking. But to see ahead, you have to take off the filters that skew the reality around you. You have to know who you are, where you are, and where your story begins. In my chapter, I share how I, like many Palestinians around the world, carry this collective survivor guilt and trauma. I write this. If not for a twist of fate, I could still be one of the 2 million Palestinians trapped today in the refugee camps in Jordan, or one of the 2 million Palestinians trapped in Gaza and surviving its siege and periodic bombardments. This feeling of having the privilege of having survived that my cousins and loved ones do not enjoy has lurked like a shadow, following me throughout my life's triumphs and tribulations, a source of shame and guilt. It inhabits my thoughts and actions, manifesting itself into my advocacy, my poetry, my theatrical productions. And this shadow, this lifelong companion, sometimes inspires me. At other times, especially during the bombardments of Gaza, it leaves me traumatized and utterly devastated. I reflect on this in my chapter, and I try to dive deep into the impact of trauma on the Palestinian collective psyche. My interest in understanding how this trauma can impact Palestinians born and raised in exile was at the heart of my doctoral research a few years ago. On this, I write, when I did my doctoral research, the question of trauma in exile was foremost on my mind. How is it that we as Palestinians in exile, some of us, never having lived in Palestine, inherit this agonizing sense of collective trauma? And how much does this trauma contribute to our understanding of our Palestinian identity and the urgency of our advocacy? It only took a few months at the start of my doctoral research to come to an astonishing, yet not very surprising, discovery. The Palestinian experience of dispossession and trauma in 1948, the Nakba, which literally translates to catastrophe, the most significant traumatic event in Palestinian history, is completely absent from studies done within the trauma genre. In other words, where the Palestinian experience should have been, I only found a blank space. Erasure. I go into details within my chapter of how the absence of reference to al-Nakba within the trauma genre is a result of what Edward Said called Orientalism. Edward Said's Orientalism theory on the objectifying and stereotypical representation of people in the East by those in the West can actually contextualize and explain how and why the Palestinian people were made invisible by Western academia, Western cultural, literary, and photographic records. And not just prior to the Nakba, not just prior to 1948, but also after and throughout the decades that followed. And I offer various examples of this deliberate and systematic erasure of a people and their history. I write this: seeing the Palestinians through an Orientalist lens makes it impossible to understand the context of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, yet for decades this was the only perspective on offer for Western scholars. Unfortunately, this perspective still persists, allowing the disappearance of an event as significant as the Nakba from the trauma genre of Western academia. In my chapter, I draw on the works of Nur Masalha, Rosemary Sayer, and others to make the connection between this historic attempt at erasure of Palestinian presence and memory and the absence of al-Nakba. I also highlight the historic reluctance and at times calls for censorship within Western higher academic institutions on issues related to Palestine, arguing that the censorship and erasure actually facilitates and allows the continuation of the colonization and ongoing dispossession of the Palestinian people. I draw on my experience and that of others within my community to explore the representation of Palestinian people and issues in Australian media, as well as the representation of Palestinian voices within Australia's mainstream media networks. I speak about the way the Zionist lobby groups in Australia have, for example, many times tried to block my work and to silence my voice, going to great lengths to render me invisible. One example is their hyperbolic reaction when my play, Tales of a City by the Sea, was listed on the Victoria Curriculum of Education's playlist. You know, the play is a love story set in Gaza during the bombardment of 2008-2009. The Israeli lobby launched a vicious attack on the education department, and their power was on full display when they were able to actually have their Zionist MPs interrupt a parliamentary budget hearing in order to raise the matter with the education minister, urging the education minister to exercise his power to remove the book from the recommended Victorian Curriculum of Education reading playlist. God forbid that school children would be exposed to a Palestinian love story set in Gaza. The minister, who for the record was all about appeasing Zionists, simply did not possess the power to ban books from schools. The play remained on the curriculum. We had a fantastic full season. We went on a national tour and then on an international tour. And it has been actually staged around the world for more than 100 times now and has been taught to many schools. The Israeli lobby did not succeed. And I took this really as a sign of the change of the times and the mainstreaming now of the support for Palestinian stories. And there is, I feel like I'm on the edge of this huge societal change in their views towards Palestinians. My chapter also addresses trauma, post-memory, and how our identities are shaped in exile. But the book, Our Vision for Liberation, asks more of us than to share our personal stories. It actually demands that we go further and that we share our vision for liberation. For this, I write, truth-telling and acknowledgement of past atrocities and wrongdoings are foundational blocks for reconciliation. And I do need to reconcile my identities, my Palestinian and my Australian selves. While I listen to the voices of the indigenous peoples of this land, I can actually imagine a future where Palestinians and Israelis can coexist in peace. But I know that this is not going to happen anytime soon, because peace cannot be founded on injustice and denial of past crimes. First, there needs to be a complete collapse of the structure of apartheid and oppression before we can get to the next sweet phase, one of truth-telling and reconciliation. My vision for liberation was much like everyone else's in this book, born out of our shared collective experience. It actually gives me great joy to say that as I read other chapters, I found that I was not alone in my thinking, that my vision is that of so many other intellectuals, as was reflected in the book. We are a tapestry of diverse experiences, all leading to a unified vision. Some of the contributors have never lived a day in Palestine. Others have not lived Palestine for one day. And yet all of us have come together, bringing our various modes of resistance. Some of us using words and writing, others using academic research, others using popular resistance, and so on and so on. And we come from so many different backgrounds, speak so many languages, carry so many different nationalities. And yet we all seem to be agreed on what it is that we want. And we all want the same thing. We want freedom, we want justice, and we want equality. Do you understand how miraculous this is for a people fragmented by borders, by military orders, by faiths, by factions, to all be on the same page? How much more proof can there be of the undeniable truth of the justice of our cause and the worthiness of our struggle? The one most common reference for all the contributors was the Unity Intifada, Habbat al-Karama, a significant event that embodies who we are today, Palestinians unified in the face of Israel's ethnic cleansing in Palestine and everywhere else on this planet, chanting in one voice from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Another common thread in most of the contributions in this book was the importance of framing our struggle as an anti-apartheid, anti-colonial struggle. Another, the calling for one democratic state. Another, criticism of the Palestinian Authority and its defeatist approach, especially its suppression of Palestinian voices and collaboration with Israel's security forces. I want to thank Ramzy and Ilan for putting our stories together in this book, and I want to thank everyone who has worked behind the scenes to make this book possible, especially, of course, Romana. And I want to thank, of course, the organizers of this conference for bringing us all together and for allowing us and for giving us a platform to share our stories and our experiences. I believe this book is an affirmation of our power, our unity, our imagination, and our spirit. It is a legacy that we will be passing on to future generations of freedom fighters. Our stories are their fuel, and our vision will be their path to liberation. From the river to the sea, oppression will end, apartheid will end, colonialism will end, and Palestine will be free. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sebawi. Thank you so much for this great presentation. I'm informed that the fourth presentation in this panel is moved to tomorrow's sessions. So, because we have passed our time limit, so we're almost moving into the midnight. So we're almost. We rather have a short time period for discussion, about 10 minutes. But I want to see if you have any questions for any of our speakers.
Yeah, right, I am.
Oh, Dr. Aude, you want to say something? Let me, if there is no question from the audience, I have a question. Let's, okay. You do. Okay. And okay, then we have first to here, then to the gentleman, and to here. We have 3 questions. Yeah, we're waiting for the mic. We'll make it up tomorrow. Oh, yes. Actually, as we wait for Mike, I want to ask a small question that you may not answer if you wish, because we have 3 questions. I don't want to take more time. But there is one thread in all these 3 speeches, both by all our 3 speakers have criticized the Zionist project, the State of Israel, for being colonial, a settler colonial project. And that this should be thought and debated as such. We now take this word to be almost like a curse word, that this is a colonial project, settler colonialism. But all of our attendees are participating from a former settler colony. This is Canada, Australia, or if you look at, say you argue in United States that this is a settler colonial project, and people would say, yeah, this was also a settler colonial project. Really a question that, if you feel you may not answer, because I want to give the floor to our audience, but one thing that strikes me as I listen to our 3 distinguished panelists is that to what extent we think that this claim that the State of Israel is a settler colonial state is a critique that would bite in those countries that are already settler colonial states. Arguing this in United States, in Canada, in Australia, people would say, yeah, it will be another Australia, it will be another United States, it will be another Canada. Settler colonialism has a bad word. It's a very, of course, bad reputation. But this is the historical basis of these societies, and I wonder to what extent, in popular imagination, saying that Israel is a settler colonial state, which is a statement of truth, is anything that would bother, that would embarrass anyone living in those countries. This is something that I really thought about as I listened to 3 presentations, but this is my short statement, so maybe moving on to questions.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much for this opportunity, and special thanks to Professor Al-Arian and his team for organizing this beautiful conference. Actually, listening to all speakers, I discovered, maybe not discovered, but actually it was reaffirmed in my mind that not only the Palestinian politicians are in a disarray, but also the intellectuals themselves also are in disarray in the situation. The one-state solution, the two-state solution, what have you. So as we look at the scene in Palestine now, particularly the Israeli elections and so on, we see the Israeli population is moving toward the hardlining right. And even the two-state solution has becoming a remote possibility, let alone the one-state solution. They are now calling for a pure Jewish state, actually. So when we, as Arabs or Muslims or Palestinians, look at or call for weak solutions, we will remain on the margin of the issue. It is rather that we actually harden our positions on our rights as Palestinians in the land, as originals. That is a cornerstone when it comes to looking at the situation. What we, as an Arab, I would like to see a one-state solution, a real one-state solution with the defeat of Zionism, like the speaker from Honolulu or from Hawaii said. But actually, the way it goes, I see it as the end of the Algerian revolution happened against the French colonization in the 50s or in the 60s. That would more be likely the eventuality of happenings in Palestine. And it is fine that we call for one-state solution because of the failure of the two-state solution, but couple it with also a resistance on the ground. The same and the same model of the Algerian revolution that really ended up not only in regaining their land in Algeria, but also now the Algerian currency has no French words or no French cost. And they are now saying that French language has no future and we have to switch to English and Arabic. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. There was another question from here. Yes.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the excellent presentations, Ghada, Samah, and Ibrahim. My question is, it seems that there is growing awareness in the various polities, the various countries in which you are based, of the need to connect with indigenous struggles. That became very, very obvious, and Dr. Ibrahim Oude is the head of the Ethnic Studies Department at the university. Ghada works with various indigenous or aware and cooperate with various indigenous struggles in Canada. The same thing in Australia with Samah Sabawi. How do we make this a global struggle? How do we turn that, create that commonality between all the various struggles, whether from Chile to Hawaii, US, of course, Canada, Australia, so it becomes actually a permanent pillar of our international solidarity movement. Not mere acknowledgements, not mere academic connections, but actually a real stable component of our international solidarity movement.
Okay. Thank you so much. The third question from here. Yeah, please. If you can help with the mic.
اسمحوا لي أن أسأل باللغة العربية.
would like to ask in Arabic, please. First of all, I would like to thank all the institutions and the university and the participants. I will talk about the apartheid. It started in 2002 and 2004 in Lahai and also in Netherlands. There are so many rallies and demonstrations against the wall, and still continue. Is the war of us, is it equality, is it education, what is it exactly? The story is important, the context is important, the education is important, and to reach all the people historically is important, but this story, where is the value of this story when it's actually confront the reality? I remember before, 10 years ago, when my daughters and my also childs they met the Khalida Jarrar. All my children are educated, and I care about education. My discussion with him that I have to, introduce him to the fighter and the person who fought for Palestine. And today we are talking about the liberation. We are not talking about things here and there. Maybe it's important, but the questions and the liberations is based on the removal of the occupier and the removal of the invader. It's not like the issue that someone she is a person standing by the holy mosque there in the Masjid al-Aqsa, and the Israeli forces are attacking her. This is not the issue, but there are so many issues being mentioned here, and I know from the beginning of the sessions there are so many issues being mentioned that Mr. Baroud also mentioned that, as far as I understood, or maybe Dr. What's his name? Auda mentioned something else that need real discussions. We are going beyond that? Or maybe we are, seeing the new resistance movement, or maybe we are getting rid of what the Palestinian field memory has gone. I think we are part of our vision for liberations and talk about resistance, and we can reach to that liberations, and it's one of the taboos in the world that it's necessary. It's very necessary. Thank you. Thank you.
So let's, since we have very limited time, let's move on to our panelists for their responses and final remarks. If we may start with you.
Actually,
3 minutes, okay. Each.
Okay, actually, I would start from the last question. Well, we have to admit, yes, that a story would not liberate Palestine. But can we deny it's a step forward? I had this question when I was at the first Intifada. I was part of it. Ramzy probably talked about jumping from wall to wall and being part of the education. Sometimes you try to deal with the tools you have. In the second Intifada, I was a mother, a teacher. I can no more even throw the stones as before. So you have to look what you could do in order to advance this project of liberation. And every one of us has a responsibility from his own place, academic, farmer, teacher, mother. I would say, the existence of the Palestinian in the Gaza Strip after 17 years of blockade these days, it's by itself resistance. Not all of us will be freedom fighters, but we are fighting for freedom by different means. Everyone in his place, inside and outside Palestine. And this is the message of unity. Definitely South Africa did not, the apartheid system collapse because of the story of the boycott of the armed resistance. It's a collective struggle. struggle and a collective means of making this, regime or apartheid falling. So it's too many factors. Definitely the resistance on the ground, nothing could compensate it. And this is what gives us a sense of hope, that the resistance and the people. And this is why we call Gaza is not geography. Gaza is history, and Gaza is resistance, and we go to Gaza to charge our batteries for hope. But as a professor outside Gaza, as a mother, as an academic, what I could do, this is the question that each one of us, here and outside, should ask themselves. How could I contribute to the project of liberation? And I'm sure every one of us have many things to contribute. I hope I answered your question. For the other one about, I know time is running, indigenous question, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, America, settler colonial projects, but even the mere comparison to group Israel as apartheid state, not occupation, but also a settler colonial, there is a shift in the narrative. I could see it when I teach in classes, in this new generation who, when you talk to them, as I talk to the people in Gaza, you feel that we are in the right direction. We have to win the hearts and minds of people by education, by narrative, by our story, by correcting the discourse. And we try to do. At the end of the day, staying still means you're doing nothing. You have to do something. Well, maybe I leave it to other speakers. I could answer. We'll see the time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Aqil. We can move on to Dr. Ibrahim Auda, as I see him right now in front of me. Dr. Auda, would you like to respond to the questions and hear your last comments?
Yes, thank you very much for this opportunity. My piece in A Vision for Liberation title is The Struggle to Control the Narrative. When Pursuing Liberation, Watch Your Language. So there is a relationship between activism on the ground and a language of liberation that comes out of the material conditions of life that is pursued by the people who resist on the ground. So there, we cannot separate, therefore, between language and liberation, like whether it's stones or machine guns or rockets or what have you. So that's one thing. The other thing, as regards to which one-state solution, whatever, I mentioned that borrowing from Mahmoud Darwish, سجل أنا عربي, record I'm Arab. I said, sorry, I have entered Jerusalem. Peace be upon all, regardless of religion, ethnicity, and race. That means, how do you enter Jerusalem? By having like a pass from the Israeli authorities, or by liberating Jerusalem? And how do you liberate Jerusalem? I don't have to answer that because it is obvious how you liberate Jerusalem. Insofar as the very good question by the chair of the session regarding the settler colonial situation, I very much respect Dr. Baroud's intervention right now, which is something like in Hawaii, we say that Hawaii is a settler colonial state because of the history of Hawaii. I don't want to give you a history of Hawaii now, but the thing is that where you as an individual, what is your role in history as an individual in the place in which you are? You know, I mentioned how BDS became global and all of that, and that's part of the struggle for the liberation of Palestine. And this will attract a lot of people who would be supportive of a Palestinian struggle, etc. And so, like our position in Hawaii, you know, as Palestinians, a lot of Palestinians, not everybody, but a lot of Palestinians, a lot of people who are not indigenous Hawaiians are in support of the indigenous struggle and say that settler colonialism is there and it has to, the Hawaiian, indigenous Hawaiians have to be emancipated. So that how do you do that in Hawaii might be different from how you do it in Australia and Canada, you know, and on the continental United States, as we say here in Hawaii. So, but insofar as we are talking about Palestine, how long has it been? 74, 75 years. You know, it's not like, you know, 300 years or what have you, when you wiped out the indigenous, like about 300 million indigenous, you know, indigenous people on the continental US have been wiped out. We are still there. We're about 13, 14 million. We're fighting on the ground in Jenin, in Nablus, the rest of it in Gaza, and so forth. And the other thing is that, you know, the struggle, you know, as Dr. Baroud also said, is global, and we should look at the and strategize the Palestinian struggle in a global context, as I mentioned also in my video and intervention after that. And therefore, the question is that the Palestinians are there fighting, you know, in multiple ways, and all these, you know, arenas of struggle, spaces of struggle, whether it's in literature, poetry, whatever, or on the ground, rocket, machine gun, stone, opposition, BDS, etc. All of these have a synergy that, given the situation on the ground, you know, in terms of Palestinian struggle, I see that it is moving towards liberation from the river to the sea. So it's not like a bunch of talk and all of this kind of stuff. It's something happening on the ground. I am in Hawaii. I support it. I'm teaching a class on the Middle East, and we're talking about Palestine and the ethnic cleansing of Palestine, blah, blah, blah, etc. So, you know, people are moving on and figuring out what's really going on in terms of Palestine, in terms of international human rights, in terms of global capitalism and how you fight global capitalism, the relationship between Nazism and Zionism and the rest of it is becoming clearer and clearer to more and more people. And therefore, things are happening. And, you know, hoping, hopefully, it will lead to a revolution. I mean, not revolution, but liberation of Palestine. So I end there, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Auda. And last, we have Dr. Sabawi. She's gone? For good. No? Okay. So I want to thank all of our panelists for these really valuable interventions, contributions that brought together all these concerns for language, memory, story, importance of stories, for the liberation of Palestine. I hope this event helps us contract an incurable disease, but not COVID-19. Hope, as Dr. Aqil mentioned, as the title of the book, Vision for Liberation, suggests. Thank you so much for the questions, also for your contribution. And now the floor is Dr. Sami Al-Arian's.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, you can hear. All right. If Ramzy, Dan, and Fethi, please come here. We have 2 mementos before we end the day. Come forward, please.
Thank you so much. Yeah, people still on.
Fethi. Thank you very much, everyone, and thank you for staying with us the whole day. Our speakers have been here since 1 o'clock. They are exhausted, they're hungry. I feel like I'm not a good host, but I apologize for this. It wasn't meant to be, of course, to go that long, but mashallah, we passed the first day. Tomorrow, inshallah, we'll start at 4, and hopefully it will run on time. We're not going to have officials who come late where we can't start on time. So tomorrow we'll start at 4 and we'll end on time, inshallah. I hope to see all of you and others. Thank you very much for being with us, and I'll see you tomorrow. Assalamu alaikum.